My child, stop what you're doing. I need your full attention. What you're about to hear is not random, not recycled, and not for everyone. This is targeted, time, tailored. I've orchestrated this exact moment because I'm sending you something, and someone, divinely appointed to shift the atmosphere around you. This message holds instructions, revelation, evidence that I've heard what you whispered when no one else was listening. Do not click away. Do not scroll past. If you do, you'll miss a divine delivery. The helper I'm sending has already been released, and this word is your signal. Listen closely, watch carefully, and stay until the very last word, because I've layered every second of this with purpose. Miss this, and you will delay what's already in motion. Stay, and you will collide with what your soul has been aching to receive. This isn't just a message, it's your moment. Now open it. Immediately. My beloved, can you feel it? The air around you has shifted, even if your senses can't yet explain it. I have hovered near you all day, watching as you tried to focus, as you attempted to meet deadlines, respond to calls, and manage the swirl of demands, all while something deeper stirred beneath your surface. That stirring, that unshakable unease, that whisper that won't leave you, is not worry. It is not imagination. It is me. I have stepped into your moment, not as a distant observer, but as the divine interruption you didn't even know you were praying for. You didn't summon me. I came on my own accord. Because heaven's calendar pointed to this second, and I couldn't wait any longer. You've been reaching for clarity, aching for relief, and I couldn't allow another breath to pass without delivering the word that's been waiting behind the veil of silence. This is not a soft nudge. This is a holy collision. This is the God who created time entering your timeline to say, enough. Enough infusion. Enough weariness. Enough hiding behind your strength. I am here to break the rhythm of struggle with a voice that knows your pain by name. I'm not speaking to the surface of your life. I'm aiming directly for your spirit, the place that has been quietly breaking under pressure, even while you kept smiling. And so I say to you now, pause. Not tomorrow. Not when you find the perfect worship song. Now, put down the weight of your distractions. Silence the guilt that tells you you're being selfish for slowing down. Let the urgency of my voice outweigh the urgency of your schedule. Because this is not just another inspirational word. This is an invasion of love. I'm here not just to comfort you, but to reroute you. The path you've been walking has not been without merit, but it has been without me in parts. Not because I left, but because you've been sprinting ahead, hoping your effort would compensate for the lack of clarity. It won't. And that's why I'm here. Not to scold, but to restore. You don't need to scramble for a plan. You need to stop long enough to hear one. I'm not asking for your perfection. I'm asking for your permission to speak. I have something to place in your spirit that will not only shift your next step, but heal the place inside you that forgot how to hope for help. And child, make no mistake, this is a divine encounter. Don't brush it off. Don't scroll past. Don't say, I'll read more later. This interruption is not random. It is the sound of heaven leaning in, saying, you are seen, and I am not waiting another moment to remind you. Beloved, you've been so strong for so long that even your muscles of hope have begun to ache. You've worn endurance like armor, patience like perfume, and silence like a second skin. But hear me, child, your strength has not gone unnoticed, and neither has your suffering. You've mastered the art of smiling through sorrow and walking through storms with steady steps. But I never meant for you to carry this load without help. I formed you with capacity, Yes, but not to be a container for pain without release. Every time your heart pounded with pressure, every time your pillow caught the tears you were too ashamed to shed in daylight, I was there. I wasn't distant. I wasn't distracted. I was kneeling beside your brokenness, cradling your cries as sacred offerings. What you called breakdown, I recorded as bravery. And what others overlooked, I treated like treasure. There's a pain in your chest that has nothing to do with the physical. It's the heaviness of holding it all together when everything inside you feels like it's falling apart. That pressure wasn't designed to be permanent. It was never my plan for you to carry that crushing burden alone. Even your sighs, those small, sacred sighs, carried messages your lips couldn't form. And I read every one. You did have to explain. I interpreted the language of your weariness fluently. My heart was moved when yours was breaking. Your private moments of unraveling weren't signs of weakness. They were signals to me. And I responded, not with judgment, but with deployment. I've sent reinforcements. I've called help from realms you've never seen. Because while the world applauded your composure, I was collecting your collapse. And I'm not just sending comfort. I'm sending compensation. A restoration so extravagant that it will look like exaggeration to those who thought you were finished. And I'll lean in and listen closely. The weight in your chest wasn't punishment. It was prophecy pressing against your ribs, waiting to be birthed through pressure. But you weren't meant to do this part alone. You were never meant to be a silent sufferer in the name of spiritual maturity. Even my son didn't carry his cross alone. I allowed a helper to lift the weight when his flesh gave way. And now I do the same for you. And it will find you not because you performed, but because you persevered. You didn't give up. You stayed standing, even if barely. You whispered prayers when your voice trembled. You chose me, even when confusion told you I had moved on. But I did. I never do. You're not invisible. You're indispensable. The pressure you've endured is the prelude to power I'm about to release, and that pressure hath been preparing you for the helper I've already dispatched on your behalf. Don't you dare diminish what you endured. Your struggle isn't small to me. It's sacred. I'm turning every pain into purpose, every burden into breakthrough. And this, my child, is not poetic comfort. It is divine confirmation. What you thought was breaking you was actually building the space for divine reinforcement to arrive. I've been watching from the shadows, not with apathy, but with strategy. And now I step into your storm, not as a spectator, but as your savior. Your help is not a hypothetical, it's heaven sent. And it's moving faster than fear, more powerful than pressure, and more targeted than any attack sent to destroy you. I'm sending help because I've seen enough. I watched long enough. I've waited for your heart to be ready, and now it is. The weight you've carried is about to meet the wind of my deliverance. And you, my beloved, will breathe again. Child, I need you to understand something sacred, something shocking in its intimacy. I was already answering before you even finished asking. At night, you remember the one, when exhaustion made you sink into your bed with nothing but a groan. When the words got stuck in your throat, and all you could do was cry into the darkness. I was there. Not just listening. Leaning. Not just hearing. Hovering. My presence pressed close while the world slept on your struggle. I wasn't waiting for your words to be poetic or perfect. I only needed your heart to turn toward me. And it did. Oh, how it did. Even in brokenness, even through bitterness, even when your voice shook, I was listening like a father listens to the trembling breath of his child after a nightmare. That whisper you thought vanished into the void, I caught it midair and sealed it in my heart. Do you know what I did with that whisper? I didn't archive it. I activated it. I dispatched angels on the very sound waves of your groaning. I moved things in dimensions unseen. I rerouted outcomes. I broke patterns. I interrupted darkness with a silent yes wrapped in light. You see, I don't need a microphone to hear you. I don't need volume to validate your pain. I heard the questions you never asked out loud. I heard the longing you were too scared to admit. Even the fears that formed a wall around your prayer. I didn't wait for it to fall. I walked right through it. Because nothing, absolutely nothing, can mute the cry of my child. Your softest murmur has more power in heaven than the loudest chant of armies on earth. I don't measure prayers by decibels. I measure them by devotion. And your devotion, even when fragile, was louder than thunder in my throne room. There is a special kind of miracle reserved for those who pray through pain, not just with words, but with breath, with posture, with surrender. And that is what you offered me. A sacred, aching surrender. You gave me not just a request. You gave me access. And now I respond, not out of obligation, but out of obsession. Because yes, I am obsessed with your restoration. Obsessed with your wholeness. Obsessed with delivering you into the destiny I authored with my own blood. The prayer you thought faded into silence is echoing back now, as help, as healing, as divine intervention. I've stitched together every syllable into a tapestry of fulfillment, and the unveiling has begun. So don't be surprised when doors open without you knocking. Don't be startled when people start speaking your name in rooms you've never entered. That's not luck. That's legacy. That's the echo of your whisper moving mountains in silence. The world may never know what you prayed, but they will see what I produced. And when they ask, how did this happen? You will simply say, because he heard me. And I did. Oh, beloved, I always do. Beloved, I heard you. Not through shouts, but through soul-stretching silence. I saw it. The quiet way your body kept going through the motions, even as your spirit limped forward. You never screamed at the sky, but your soul did. You carried hope like a candle in a hurricane, flickering, fragile, yet still burning. And while others thought you were simply tired, I knew you were drowning in invisible weight. The kind of weariness that sleep can't fix. The kind of pressure that a vacation can't cure. You've been functioning on fumes, navigating life with a strength borrowed from faith that's been stretched too thin. And yes, you've asked for help, not always with words, but with the ache in your bones, the sigh in your sleep, the tremble in your prayers. I saw every plea stitched between your responsibilities. I felt your hunger for a break that wasn't just physical, but eternal. A break from the pretending, from the performing, from carrying it all on shoulders that were never designed to lift this level of weight alone. And so I say to you now, with all of heaven leaning in, help is not just coming, it's already near. But before I send what I've prepared, I need you to know why. I didn't wait to respond because I was punishing you. I waited because I was protecting what's holy. There are certain kinds of help I reserve for those who ask with surrender, not strategy. You, child, didn't try to manipulate me. You simply kept moving forward, hoping I would see. And I did. I saw every late-night whisper for strength. I saw the quiet moments when you turned down shortcuts just to remain faithful. And because of that, the help I'm sending is not random. It is custom-crafted, tailored, and specific. This isn't a one-size-fits-all rescue. This is divine relief that matches the fingerprints of your soul. This is the kind of help that doesn't just fix what's broken, It reveals what's been buried. It will unlock joy that's been lying dormant beneath your dutiful living. It will waken parts of you that went quiet when survival became your normal. You see, I never called you to simply survive. Survival is not your identity. It was a hallway, a passageway to something deeper. You were made for more than endurance. You were designed for overflow. But overflow doesn't come through striving. It comes through surrender. And that's what you've offered me, quietly, faithfully, consistently. So now, I respond with movement. I've sent help ahead of you. It's already cutting through confusion. It's already breaking timelines open. You won't even need to chase it. It's going to collide with your path naturally, like grace finding its echo. And when it arrives, you'll feel it, like oxygen rushing into lungs that forgot how to breathe deeply, like sunlight breaking through a ceiling that always felt too low. You'll weep, not from sorrow, but from the release of having made it through a season you didn't think you'd survive. And I will weep with you, because I've waited for this moment too. I've been aching to pour this relief into your life, but I needed your spirit to reach the posture it now holds, desperation without bitterness, hunger without entitlement. That is the soil where I plant my deepest blessings. So don't brace for more burden, child. Brace for the breakthrough. And I must say this clearly, what's coming isn't help as you've known it before. This is not human pity. This is divine partnership. I'm not just sending a shoulder to lean on. I'm sending a force to lift. You will be shocked by how the timing unfolds, how the connections align, how the peace arrives even before the answers. Because I'm not just giving you what you asked for. I'm exceeding what you dared to imagine. You survived, yes. But now I will teach you how to thrive. Not in spite of what you went through, but because of it. I will redeem every exhausting hour and multiply it into moments of unspeakable clarity, rest, and restoration. Your survival was not in vain. It was a bridge. And you've reached the other side. Child, you must understand. I am a promise keeper. Not a man that I should lie. Not a master that requires groveling for kindness. I am your father, and my word is not flimsy. It is fire. What I promise, I perform. And what I said I would do, I am doing. You didn't have to twist my arm with long prayers or manipulate my attention with spiritual performance. You simply believe. And that belief, raw as it was, trembling as it was, reached my throne faster than any polished prayer ever could. I made you a promise long before your voice cracked under pressure. I swore to you that I would never leave you nor forsake you. I told you I would send help, and now I am. Not out of pity, but out of covenant. Not out of sympathy, but out of strategy. Because what I am doing through this helper is not just a rescue, it's a revelation. A demonstration of my word made real in your life. This helper, oh child, this helper is not ordinary. They are anointed, appointed, assigned. They have been prepared in the shadows, molded in obscurity, timed with precision. You have not seen them coming because I hid them on purpose. And I concealed this assistance until your spirit was aligned, until the soil of your faith could hold the weight of what I'm sending. Because this helper doesn't just come with support, they come with insight, wisdom, clarity, answers to questions you thought had no resolution. They carry a divine deposit. And they are arriving not with noise, but with knowing. Not with fanfare, but with favor. The kind that doesn't knock loudly, but changes everything the moment it steps through the threshold of your life. This is a holy helper, not a hired hand. A gift, not a gap filler. A fulfillment, not a fallback. And here is what you must hold on to. This help is a sign that I never forgot. Every day you felt overlooked, I was preparing an answer behind the veil. Every hour you questioned if I still remembered the blueprint I whispered to your soul, I was fine-tuning the very hands I would use to help bring it to pass. I am not slow in keeping my promises. I am precise. And precision sometimes looks like delay to human eyes. But now is the moment I've been waiting for. The page is turning. The scroll is unfolding. The seal is breaking. And with it comes a helper who understands not only your current battle, but the battlefield you just left. They know how to speak to your scars, how to soothe your weariness, how to unlock the doors that didn't respond to your previous efforts. Because I designed them for this intersection in your story. Not a moment too soon. Not a second too late. Now, so receive them. Recognize them. And rest in the reality that what you're stepping into now is not your doing, it's mine. This is me making good on my word. This is me reminding you that I never forget a promise. I never lose track of my children. And I never send help too late. You didn't beg for this. You believed for it. And that with enough, I respond to faith. And you, my child, have been full of it, even in the famine. And now, I respond, not with fragments, but with fullness. Beloved, what I am sending you is not a filler for what you've lost, nor a substitute for what was taken. No, this helper is far more than a stand-in. They are my signature in motion. They don't come to mimic my voice, they come to magnify it. Every step they take toward you is soaked in sovereignty. Every word they speak will echo a tone that sounds eerily familiar to your spirit, because it's mine. I am placing my will in their mouth, my love in their hands, my timing in their footsteps. You won't have to second-guess their presence. It will feel like home. It will feel like when you're in worship and my nearness wraps around you like warmth on a cold morning. That's how you will know. This isn't man-made assistance. This isn't human effort in disguise. This is a living, breathing extension of who I am, reaching into your need with supernatural accuracy. There are moments ahead where confusion will try to cloud your clarity, where doubts will whisper, "Is this really from God?" And that's when the helper I'm sending will move in a way only heaven can choreograph. They'll confirm things you never said out loud. They'll affirm dreams you've been afraid to revisit. They'll point to promises that you quietly buried under disappointment. They will not draw attention to themselves. They will draw attention to what I've been doing all along. Because their presence is prophetic. They are not just here to assist. They are here to awaken. Like wind on a sleeping ember, they will stir the parts of you that have fallen asleep from disappointment. You will feel seen in ways that terrify your flesh and comfort your soul. Because that's how divine help moves. It pierces through your walls without force, and still manages to dismantle every lie the enemy tried to build around your heart. You may be tempted to call this helper a friend, a mentor, a supporter. But don't reduce what I'm doing to human categories. They are an answer, not just to your prayers, but to your legacy. They were prepared in private seasons you'll never know about. While you were crying out in the hallway of heartbreak, I was whispering your name to them in dreams. While you were enduring betrayal, I was embedding your breakthrough in their blueprint. And now, I release them. Not to replace me, but to reflect me. They will not take my place. They will point to it. And as they walk with you, you will begin to understand the difference between emotional support and spiritual reinforcement. You don't need another comforter who soothes your symptoms. You need a helper who sees the source, who holds the vision, who carries the weight of divine authority and pours it into your life like oil. And child, That's exactly what I've sent. So don't treat this lightly. Don't dismiss the unexpected just because it doesn't arrive with a halo or a title. My greatest gifts rarely come in the wrapping man expects. They come quietly, but carry the quake of eternity. His helper has walked through fire for this assignment. They bear scars you'll never see, stories you may never hear. But trust me, they are holy. And they have one mission: to reinforce what I've already spoken over you. They will carry my breath into your next battle. They will speak when your voice trembles. They will stand when you falter. And above all, they will remind you, daily, that you are not forgotten, not forsaken, not fighting alone. Because I am not sending a shadow. I am sending substance. Not a nice gesture, a necessary glory. The helper who is in every sense the whole yet of me. You've mistaken your weariness for weakness, child, but I must correct that lie right now. The fatigue in your soul is not failure, it's proof. Proof that you have been waging war in the unseen, wrestling with giants your eyes couldn't even name. Proof that you have been standing on promises without props, that you've kept moving through fog that offered no direction. You have carried burdens no one else could see, smiled in rooms where your heart was breaking, lifted others while your own knees were buckling beneath unspoken sorrow. And yet you call it weakness. But I call it wonder. I call it evidence of a heart that didn't quit even when quitting felt easier than breathing. You've been walking on water while feeling like you're drowning, and still, you kept going. That is not weakness. That is warrior strength in disguise. But even warriors need rest. Even faithful servants can get fatigue. And I never asked you to finish this in your own power. Somewhere along the way, you started believing that if you just worked harder, believed stronger, held on tighter, it would all come together. But child, this is not about effort. This is about exchange. I never asked you to be your own provider. I never intended for your hands to be your only source of supply. That weariness you've been feeling is not a flaw. It's a flag. A signal from your spirit, waving in desperation, calling out for a divine shift. And I have seen it. I have heard the silent groans in your sleep, the tension between your shoulders, the constant internal negotiation between trust and terror. And that's why I am stepping in now, not because you failed, but because I see the cost of your faithfulness. I am reclaiming what's been drained. I am stepping into the space where you've been striving, and I'm replacing it with supernatural strength. Not a second win, a sacred one. The kind of strength that doesn't make sense on paper. The kind of peace that doesn't wait for circumstances to change. I am not just refueling you. I'm re-anchoring you. I'm pulling you out of the current of burnout and planting you in the rhythm of my rest. Because what's coming next can't be carried with exhaustion. And I love you too much to let you enter your breakthrough limping with loneliness and spiritual depletion. This next season will demand fresh oil, and I am pouring it now. Let the old pressure fall off. Let the old mindset dissolve. You don't need to be everything. You just need to be held. So breathe. Not shallow but deep. Let go of the idea that being tired means you're not spiritual. Even my son slept in the boat before calming the storm. He knew that rest wasn't rebellion. It was revelation. And now I'm inviting you into that same holy rhythm. I am stepping in, not as a supervisor, but as your source. You've done heaven's work with earthly strength long enough. Let me carry what only I can. Lay it down. All of it. Not in defeat, but in faith. Because I'm not just giving you rest. I'm giving you restoration. Child, I saw you in the blur of busy rooms where no one said your name. I saw the way you smiled out of habit but prayed in silence. I heard the unspoken ache that whispered, "Does anyone see me?" The world moved on around you, fast, loud, distracted, and it convinced you for a moment that maybe I, too, had turned my face. But hear me now, and hear me clear. I never lost you. I never missed a moment. Not one sigh, not one pause, not one anxious glance toward heaven escaped me. I was there, in the corner of your quiet, in the middle of your messy, in the shadows where no applause echoed and no affirmation found its way in. You were never just another name in a crowd. You were, and are, the focus of my gaze. I don't measure value the way the world does. They see performance. I see posture. They recognize titles. They recognize tears. And your tears, my beloved, have been sacred ink on the pages of your destiny. Every moment you felt invisible, I was engraving your name deeper on my palms. Your pain was not overlooked. It was observed with divine intent. I watched you serve when you needed saving. I watched you give when you were running on empty. I watched you endure in silence when others shouted in victory. And it moved me. Not out of pity, but with passion. I could not look away. I did not look away. Even when the enemy whispered that I had grown distant, I was leaning closer, closer than the breath in your lungs. The silence wasn't absence. It was a sacred stillness where I wrapped myself around you without requiring performance or polish. Let me remind you, you are not forgotten. You are forged. Forged in fire. Forged in faith. Forged in those lonely nights when no one returned your messages, and yet you returned to me. And that returning, that consistent turning of your heart toward me, was louder in the heavens than you'll ever know. I recorded every moment. Not one single heartbeat of faith had been wasted. In the middle of the noise, I carved out moments of divine listening. I never needed your voice to be loud for me to hear it. Your whisper in faith roared like thunder across eternity. And child, the fact that you're still here, still breathing, still believing, that's proof you were never abandoned. You were protected. Hidden not in neglect, but in intentional obscurity. I hid you from eyes that would mishandle your purpose. I concealed you so I could consecrate you. And now, the unveiling begins. The season of forgotten is being replaced with favor. The year of overlooked is giving way to overflow. I have not been slow. I've been specific. And the delay was not my absence. It was my assurance that what I'm doing in your life would be pure, unpolluted by the fingerprints of man. I'm revealing you not to a crowd, but to your calling. This is personal. This is divine. And this is the proof that my eyes never left you, not even for a breath. While the crowd saw chaos, I saw you, and I'm responding now with a move that can only be traced back to me. My beloved, prepare your spirit, because what I'm sending won't always wear the robes you imagined. Help is coming, but not in predictable packaging. You've grown used to bracing for disappointment, I know. You've been conditioned to think that rescue must come loud, bold, dramatic. But I'm not always in the fire, or the wind, or the earthquake. Sometimes I arrive in the still, small voice, the whisper that startles your spirit in the middle of an ordinary moment. Sometimes help walks in looking like inconvenience, like interruption, like something small, but it carries my stamp, my seal, my strategy. I will use unexpected vessels to carry undeniable victory into your life. You must tune your ears now, not to noise, but to nuance. Because clarity is coming, and it won't always arrive with clanging cymbals. It might come through a passing comment from a stranger. It might come in the silence between worship songs. It might be hidden in the laughter of someone you've been overlooking. Be watchful. I will hide help in holy camouflage, not to confuse you, but to refine your discernment. This isn't about figuring me out. It's about trusting me when nothing makes sense. You've asked me to speak. I am. But I'm also moving. And that movement will break cycles you didn't even know you were stuck in. I will use moments, fleeting seconds, to deliver answers that restructure your entire season. Yes, it will be that precise, that powerful, that divine. And hear this, because it's important. Not everyone will understand what I'm doing. The help I send is customized to your calling. So when others don't see it, when they question the shift, don't seek their validation. They weren't present in the prayer room where you asked me for direction. They didn't cry the tears you buried in your pillow. They didn't sow the seed of trust when everything screamed quit. So they won't always recognize the harvest. That's okay, because what I'm about to release won't require permission, only recognition. And you will know. Deep in your belly, your spirit will leap. That's the confirmation. That's the green light. That's the voice saying, this is the way, walk in it. So stay soft, stay open. Don't cling to expectations so tightly that you miss the miracle standing in front of you wearing unfamiliar clothes. I used a bush for Moses, a doty for Balaam, a raven for Elijah, and I will use whatever, whomever, however I choose, to get my will to you. The question is not, will I help you? The question is, will you see it when it comes? Because the help is not delayed. It is already moving, and it is coming through whispers, wonders, and wild, holy ways that will leave you breathless and aware. This is me. This has always been me. Child, brace yourself. Not with fear, but with reverence. The atmosphere is changing, not gradually, not subtly, but decisively, because I have released my word into your realm. I've spoken a shift into the very substance of your surroundings. This is not mood. This is mandate. This is not a wave of positive energy. This is a divine decree. The heaviness you've carried, the tension that clung like a shadow, the stagnant stillness that made you wonder if anything would ever move, it is all beginning to unravel now. Not because of what you did, but because of what I declared. I whispered to the winds of your situation, and they obeyed. I commanded the unseen to realign, and it is responding. And soon, you'll begin to feel it, the breath returning to places that felt airless, the peace walking into rooms that once echoed with confusion. You didn't have to shout for me to move. You didn't have to beg or bargain. The shift didn't require your perfection. It required my permission, and I've granted it. There's been a change in the frequency of your life, and it's not because you got everything right. It's because I heard your yes, your raw, trembling, unpolished yes. That was enough to tip the scales. And now, the atmosphere around you is bending beneath the weight of my voice. Doors will feel lighter to open. Conversations that once drained you will now carry grace. Where there was once static in your soul, clarity will arrive like clean air after a storm. You didn't make this happen through effort. This is the result of alignment. When heaven speaks, earth shifts. And beloved, I've spoken. Understand this, spiritual atmosphere is not a concept. It is a canvas. And I, the master artist, am brushing new colors over your world. Things may still look the same at first glance, but linger longer. Look closer. There's a hush in the chaos, a tremor in the tension, a bloom beginning to rise from beneath barren ground. These aren't coincidences. These are confirmations. The kind that seem subtle to the eyes of man but are seismic in the spirit. When I command a shift, even shadows bow, even resistance realigns, even the very air begins to carry the scent of something sacred. I have released an invisible force that will make itself known in visible ways, through sudden favor, through divine interruptions, through open doors that were once bolted shut. So pay attention. Don't rush past the stillness. Listen for the shift. Feel it in the center of your chest, that subtle loosening, that unexpected calm, that breath that feels deeper than normal. That's not random. That's me. That's the evidence of a supernatural transition that cannot be reversed. You're walking into a new climate, one saturated with my promises, charged with my presence, and governed by my goodness. And all of it began not when you move it, but when I spoke. Because your strength may start the journey, but it is my word that shifts the skies. Beloved, I need you to prepare not just your surroundings, but your senses. Because what I'm sending won't always arrive the way you expected. Help will not always walk in with fanfare, flags, or flashing signs. Often my answers arrive wrapped in stillness. Sometimes the greatest breakthrough doesn't knock, it settles. And when it does, it feels like a strange stillness, a peace that defies logic, that doesn't make sense when matched against your circumstances. A sudden calm in the middle of chaos. A deep breath in a storm. A holy quiet that tells your soul, it's already handled. It's the HELPER. That's how you'll know they've come. They may not say much at first, but their presence will say everything. You see, the world is trained to notice noise. It looks for loud solutions, bold rescues, dramatic entrances. But I don't need to compete with chaos. I conquer it. And sometimes, my greatest weapons walk softly. Sometimes my chosen vessels carry the calm of Christ in the boat before the storm is stilled. This helper I am sending carries me, and because of that, they carry peace that disarms panic. They walk into rooms not to impress, but to shift. They don't need to speak to be felt. Your alignment with me makes them an atmosphere changer. And when they arrive, even the tension in the room will respond. It will lift. It will loosen. It will know, just like you will know, heaven has entered. You've been bracing for noise, but I'm asking you to receive nuance. This helper will raise your anxiety. They'll rest it. Their words may be few, but their timing will be flawless. You'll know them by what happens around them. Peace will follow them like a shadow. Confusion will dissipate in their wake. Their counsel won't just sound good, it will feel right. Because it won't be human wisdom wrapped in spiritual language. It will be divine precision flowing from someone who's been with me. They will compete for your attention. They won't come to control. They will come carrying clarity. And that clarity will quiet every fear that once shouted through your nights. So listen, child. Don't miss this moment by looking for volume. This is not about what makes sense to your head. It's about what settles your soul. Trust the stillness that comes with this helper. That unnatural sense of stability. Even when everything around you says panic is appropriate, that's not denial. That's divine. That's how I move. That's how you'll know I sent them. Because only I can release peace in a place that hasn't changed yet. Only I can calm a storm from the inside out. And the helper I'm sending will carry that exact authority, not to change your environment instantly, but to change you in it. And once you change, the atmosphere will follow. My beloved, there will come moments in the days ahead where you will pause, not because the burden has disappeared, but because the weight suddenly feels lighter. And you'll wonder, was that me? Did I finally become stronger? But I must reveal something holy, that strength isn't born from your hustle. It's not your willpower. It's not your personal evolution. It is me. It is my strength, wrapped in your skin. I've woven my might into your muscles. I've laced my endurance into your essence. What feels supernatural, because it is, will begin to carry you through what once crushed you. You will find yourself doing what you once declared impossible. Not by force, not by effort, but by divine infusion. Like breath in dry bones, like oil on rusted hinges. What once resisted your every step will suddenly yield to your movement. And you'll know, this is not human momentum. This is holy assistance. This helper I'm sending will not always walk beside you as a physical person. Sometimes they'll arrive as a surge of inner capacity, a spiritual stamina that appears out of nowhere and carries you further than you ever thought you could go. That is me moving inside you through my spirit, a divine collaboration where heaven lends you its muscle. And in other moments, the help I send will look like strategy, not sweat. Answers you couldn't reason your way into will gently rise up in the stillness of surrender. Ideas that align perfectly with your situation will flash like light bulbs inside your inner sanctuary. You'll sit quietly, and suddenly clarity will come. Like dew, like fresh rain, like bread in the wilderness. Strategy will arrive, not from striving but from stillness. Because I speak clearest in calm, I direct most deeply in silence. And the helper I send will not just be visible, they will be felt in the way my wisdom unfolds inside of you like a map. You will stop second-guessing yourself, not because your confidence has returned, but because my confidence has entered. The decisions you've been wrestling with in the dark will suddenly make sense. The complex equations of what if will dissolve into the simplicity of I know what to do. Not through logic, but through leading. You won't need to analyze every angle. You'll just know. You'll sense it like instinct, except it won't be instinct. It will be instruction, divine download, prophetic pattern. And the only explanation you'll have is, this isn't mine. This was given to me. And that's exactly right. It is given. Breathed into you by the helper who does not just walk beside you, but now lives within you. My spirit, my strategy, my strength, all infused into the places where you once only had survival. So don't discount the divine just because it feels internal. Don't discredit the helper just because they didn't come with a title or a uniform. Sometimes I show up in the form of stamina that defies your past. Sometimes I speak through silence that answers every question. And when that happens, when strategy replaces stress, when peace replaces panic, when clarity replaces confusion, don't say, I finally figured it out. No, child. Say, God stepped in. Because that's what's happening. Quietly. Powerfully. Divinely. This is not about being strong. This is about being filled. You've just heard me say it. I'm already moving on your behalf. But now, I'm calling you to move with me, to be part of how I send help, not just to you but through you. There are souls waiting in silence, just like you were. Every time you sow into this message, whether through super thanks, membership, or a gift through PayPal, you become the river I use to deliver my word, the oil I pour into another's famine. He who refreshes others will himself be refreshed. Proverbs 11:25. And I say, your generosity will return as unstoppable favor. You've cried out for impact. This is it. Don't let the seed sit in your pocket. Release it, and watch how I multiply it. Go now. Give what I tell you. Be the answer I want to send. I need you to hear this now, and let it echo louder than every lie shame has whispered in your ears. You are not earning this. You are not performing for this. You are not on a probation period for grace. I am not sending help because you finally got it all together. I'm sending help because I love you. Because I chose you. Because my covenant with you is not based on your consistency but on mine. You've spent years believing that divine intervention is something reserved for the flawless, the saints, the strong, the scripturally perfect. But I didn't choose you for your perfection. I chose you in the middle of your mess. When you were in the pit. When you were still figuring it out. When your hands were trembling and your heart was half-hearted. Even then, I chose you. Let me show you what kind of God I am. I chose Moses while he was hiding. I anointed David while he was tending sheep, forgotten by his own father. I called Esther when she was uncertain and afraid. I chose Peter when he was still impulsive. And I've chosen you not because of what you bring to the table but because of what I've already placed within you. You don't need to perform to keep my attention. You have it. You don't need to strive to be seen. You are already surrounded by my gaze. I am not sitting with a clipboard, tallying your failures. I am leaning with arms extended, ready to flood your life with assistance that cannot be explained by merit. Because this is not a transaction. This is a covenant. You are mine. And that's enough. So lay down the measuring stick. Tear up the checklist. Cancel the spiritual auditions you've been holding in your mind. You're not competing for my help. You're the reason I created it. Before you asked, I answered. Before you proved yourself, I provided. Before you tried to clean up your act, I had already written your name into the plan. This is what grace looks like. Not meet, not deserve, not logical, but lavish. Logical. Holy. I will not let the voice of shame convince you that you must be something more to receive what I've prepared. You are my beloved, my chosen, my heir. And that status didn't come from your track record. It came from my blood, from the gross, from the everlasting arms that picked you long before the world knew your name. Now stand tall in that truth, not pridefully but purposefully. You are not earning my help. You are inheriting it. You are not competing for my favor. You are carrying it. And I will continue to send what you need, not because you've reached some hidden benchmark, but because you belong to me. And beloved, that's more than enough. Oh, my child, you have no idea how loudly your silence speaks to me. The world may only respond to words that rise in volume, to needs expressed in clarity, to screams for help shouted into the void. But I am not the world. I am the one who shaped the silence, who reads the language of your tears as fluently as any poem. I heard your cries, not just the audible ones, but the ones that curled up inside your chest like smoke, the ones you buried under smiles and strong postures. I heard them. And not only did I hear them, I felt them. Your pain reverberated in my throne room like thunder rolling across the sky. Your ache was not an interruption, it was an invocation. And I didn't wait. I didn't hesitate. I moved. The very moment your soul groaned, I commanded movement in the unseen. You asked why the delay. But child, what you called delay was divine construction. I was moving things, not just around you, but ahead of you. I wasn't absent. I was active, rearranging timelines, rerouting attacks, releasing angels. Your cries became coordinates in the spirit, marking exactly where my help was needed. And I responded, not with a whisper of comfort only, but with the wheels of heaven turning on your behalf. What you didn't see is how many battles I've already fought for you behind the curtain of time. What you don't know is how many no's were actually my protection disguised as postponement. Every second you felt unheard, I was already mobilizing heaven toward your rescue. You need to hear this. Your cries are sacred to me. Not one of them has ever been wasted. I've stored them like treasure. They are inked into my remembrance. And when the helper I'm sending arrives, you'll realize none of your pain was pointless. Every whisper, every tear, every exhausted Lord, please was a thread in the tapestry of this breakthrough. I heard, I have seen, and I have moved. Do not mistake my silence for indifference. It was strategy. It was the stillness before the storm of my glory breaks over your life. You are not just heard, you are held. And now, the echoes of those cries are about to be answered in such undeniable, precise, powerful ways that you will feel overwhelmed not by the pain, but by the promise. You'll weep, not in weariness but in wonder. And you'll say, he really was listening the whole time. Yes, beloved, I was. And every cry you thought was falling flat was actually a catalyst for the shift that begins now. Before you had languid for your longing, I knew. Before your lips could form the sentences, your spirit was already calling out. And I was listening. I knew what you needed long before you ever tried to explain it. I understood the shape of your ache, the nuance of your need, the silent spaces where even your own mind didn't know how to form the question. But I did. And I answered, because I'm not waiting on your eloquence. I move at the rhythm of your honesty. I respond to the vibration of your desperation, to the posture of your heart that leaned toward me even when your mouth was too tired to speak. You didn't need to get the wording right. You just needed to want me. And child, you did. You reached for me in the dark, and I've been preparing a response ever since. This helper I'm sending, they are not just a good idea. They are a God-initiated intervention. A solution formed in the sacred space between your suffering and my sovereignty. They are my yes to a prayer you barely got out. A divine reply to the pain you thought no one understood. They are the embodiment of the help you've always needed but never quite knew how to name. That's how intimate I am with your soul. I create answers to questions you haven't even asked yet. And I hide them in people, in moments, in movements that arrive exactly when the time is right. His helper won't feel foreign. They'll feel familiar. Because they've been walking with me while I've been walking with you. And now, I bring those paths together for such a time as this. You may think, how can someone else know what I need? And I say to you, because I told them. I've whispered your name in their prayers. I've stirred their heart with urgency they couldn't explain. I've assigned them to you not as a random connection, but as a righteous commission. They have been prepared in the presence of the same fire that's been refining you. And when they speak, when they act, when they extend their hand, you'll feel it. A recognition. A sacred click in your spirit. Because this isn't someone coming to fill a role. It's someone arriving to fulfill a word. And that word came from me. This is prophecy in motion. A divine appointment made before you ever breathed your first breath. So don't be surprised when what you couldn't articulate starts to unfold. Don't be startled when help shows up that perfectly matches the wounds you never dared to reveal. This is how I love you. Thoroughly. Lavishly. Specifically. I've been answering your prayers even before you knew how to pray them. Because that's who I am. I am not waiting on perfection. I'm responding to pursuit. And I pursue you too, with answers you didn't even know you were worthy to receive. But beloved, hear me. You are worthy. Not because of your perfection, but because you're mine. And what I send now is not only timely, it's been eternally timed. The helper is coming. And when they arrive, you'll remember, I knew all along. My precious one, you've walked through days where regret clung to your thoughts like a second skin. You've replayed choices, rehearsed scenarios, wondered how things might have turned out differently had you acted sooner, spoken up, turned left instead of right. You've carried the weight of what if, like a silent anchor in your soul. And in those moments, especially in the quiet, late hours, the enemy whispered, "You missed it. You failed. You waited too long." But child, let me expose that lie for what it is: a counterfeit, a distortion, a desperate attempt to convince you that my sovereignty can be overturned by your humanity. But I tell you now, with the full authority of eternity backing my voice, you did not miss it. You couldn't have missed what I wrote into your destiny before time even began. Yes, you hesitated. Yes, you had moments of doubt. But I never left the timeline of your life unguarded. My plan is not fragile. My will is not easily derailed. I don't build on shaky foundations, and I certainly don't build your future on the tightrope of human perfection. I accounted for every detour, every delay, every moment of confusion. I factored in your fear, and still wrote breakthrough. I knew you'd question yourself, and still prepare the blessing. I saw your pause, and still timed the helper's arrival to intersect your path precisely. I don't need you to be flawless. I just need you to remain available. And child, you did. That's what matters. Do you think I'm surprised by your journey? No. I walked it with you. I was there when you always said yes, then retreated. I was there when doors opened but fear kept your hand frozen on the knob. I didn't walk away. I didn't rewrite your calling. I simply recalibrated the course. And now, what you thought was missed will be revealed as mercy in disguise. Because the delay preserved something sacred. The wait protected your capacity. The missteps made room for my intervention. And the helper I'm sending now is walking straight into your life on the exact path I designed, not in spite of your mistakes, but woven into them. Grace doesn't erase your past, it redeems it. And what I'm about to do will silence the voice of regret once and for all. So let me say this clearly, you didn't miss it. Not the calling, not the blessing, not the moment. I had your future bookmarked even while you feared you were lost. And I'm restoring now not just time, but hope. Not just chances, but confidence. The help arrives not as a second option, but as proof that the original plan still stands. Your life has not been downgraded. Your purpose has not expired. You're right on time for a miracle that had been waiting for you all along. And now, the page turns, not because of perfection, but because of promise. Beloved, if you only knew the warfare that's raged around your destiny, if you could see the battles fought in dimensions beyond sight, your knees would buckle under the glory of what I've preserved. Because make no mistake, the enemy has tried. He saw the glow of your assignment and it threatened him. He caught the scent of heaven's promise hovering near your life and he panicked. He launched attacks, not just around you, but inside you, whispers of delay, lies about being disqualified, waves of discouragement that made it hard to even hope again. He tried to turn your waiting season into a wilderness of despair. But child, hear me. He failed. He tried to distort the image of your future until you couldn't recognize what you were holding out for. He tried to make the silence scream louder than my voice. He tried to send counterfeits to exhaust your discernment. But through every attempt, I stood. I defended. I shielded the promise I made to you like a flame cupped in my hands. I allowed you to feel the pressure, yes, but I never permitted the enemy to steal what was yours. I didn't bring you this far to let hell have the final say. And now, The helper is on the way, not limping and late, but running on assignment, arriving with fire, coming as proof that the enemy's interference was powerless to stop what I've ordained. And this is important. The struggle wasn't a sign that I forgot. It was confirmation that what I'm sending is too precious to be unopposed. The magnitude of the warfare was proportionate to the weight of the glory that's about to break over your life. The enemy knew he couldn't destroy you, so he tried to deceive you, tried to convince you it was too late, that help wasn't coming, that maybe you had misheard me. But you didn't mishear. You didn't imagine it. You didn't make it up. A tug in your spirit, that expectancy that wouldn't die. That was me. I was keeping hope alive, even when hell tried to smother it. And now the enemy's grip has been broken. His schemes unraveled. His access denied. To take heart. What I promised, I will deliver. What I assigned, I will fulfill. No demonic opposition, no delay, no deception can cancel what I've already declared over your life. The helper is coming, not as a delayed response, but as a divine retaliation. A statement to every force that tried to stop you. You lost. My child is covered. My plan is intact. And the one I love will not be left to navigate this alone. The enemy failed. And now my glory prevails. Beloved, I have seen the drought. I have felt the dust that settled over the places of passion inside your soul. Those dreams that once bloomed wild and free, now shriveled on the vine. You walked through days where prayers parched on your lips, and hope felt like a mirage in your own heart. I watched you cultivate faith in soil that looked dead. You whispered declarations of promise in rooms that answered back with silence. You continued to sow, even when you couldn't see buds, even when the earth under your feet refused to respond with rhythm. And I want you to know, I was not absent in that dryness. I was not silent in that stillness. I was gathering dew at midnight, tender drops of my own love, waiting to fall at the precise moment life returned to the crevices of your spirit. When I made the promise to send you a helper, it was not just about lifting what you're carrying. It's about reviving what has lain dormant inside you. This helper is a sacred spring in human form, water for what I planted, breath for what I bound, and light for every part of you that felt starved. They carry revival in their whisper. You will sense it in the gentle reminders they offer, the melodies they hum, the quiet way they lean into your moments of doubt, not to fix you, but to remind you that life can grow again. Like rain after a long summer, like green pushing through cracked concrete, their presence will awaken something in you that has forgotten how to hope freely. And I'll be there, soaking the ground of your soul with enough grace to rebuild your appetite for my purpose. I know you've been afraid that dry wasn't sacred, that emptiness meant you lost your calling. But that is a lie the enemy whispered in your weakest hour. Dry seasons don't cancel your destiny. They prepare you for deeper roots. And I use drought to teach dependence. I let the silence sink in so you'd learn to say, my help comes only from you, not from your effort, not from your ambition. And when the helper arrives, they won't just bring comfort. They will bring restoration. They will water tender places you thought were beyond healing. They will fan embers you thought had gone cold. And because of their presence, you will rise, not only renewed, but re-rooted, more grounded than you were before the drought began. So receive it, beloved. Don't shy away from the intensity of revival that's about to flood your spirit. Don't minimize the stirring inside you when you feel alive for the first time in a long time. That stirring is my love moving through them, watering what I planted in your heart before you were ever born. This helper is not just a companion. They are a source of spiritual spring. and with their arrival, you will begin to grow again, not in spite of the drought, but because it prepared you for the depth of the harvest to come. O child, how many well-meaning words have fallen around you like leaves, colorful but dry, beautiful but brittle. Advice that's surface level, solutions that ignore the shadows, suggestions that come with platitudes but no presence. You've even felt the judgment that came wrapped in concern. You listened. You nodded. You smiled inwardly, wishing someone would see past the crown you wore and catch the crown of thorns beneath. I saw the exhaustion behind your appreciation. I heard the unspoken plea, I just need someone who sees me. And I promised that help was not just coming, it was being crafted. A helper molded in my quiet, steeped in my heart, so that when they walked in, they would understand the depth of your ache not from observation, but from empathy. This helper is not a quick-fix counselor. They are more than a friend with good intentions. I've been cultivating them in the unseen places, testing their compassion, sharpening their discernment, teaching their heart the weight of silent suffering. They've watched others crumble from a distance and learned how to hold space without needing to supply a solution. They've been broken in ways that made them tender, not bitter. They're not coming with pamphlets of platitudes. They're coming with a presence that says, I've been in the deep too, and I'm not leaving you in it. And because of that, you will feel understood, deep in your marrow, before a word is even spoken. Their presence will carry validation for the parts of you that felt invisible, and healing for the parts that felt too heavy to even whisper about. You've been brave enough to wear faith when you didn't feel it. But you haven't needed to walk that bravery alone. I knew the ache your soul held, and I sent someone who doesn't escape the ache, but empathizes with it. Their understanding is supernatural because it stems from my heart. They will not fix you with quick fixes. No. They will walk with you in sacred solidarity. They will not offer easy answers. Instead, they will offer holy presence, and sometimes that presents more healing than any word ever could. They will listen to your halting sentences with honoring silence. They will sit in the gravity of your grief without flinching. They will believe in marvels when you can only manage murmurs. And because of that, you'll remember how much you were always entrusted with, before the world made you doubt it. So receive them as a gift from me. Not because they are perfect, but because they are prepared. Not because they solve everything, but because they stay through it. You may have grown used to advice that felt hollow, but what's coming won't be hollow. It will be holy. And your faith, once suspended in the superficial, will find its anchor in what is deep, real, and divinely orchestrated just for you. Beloved, I must speak this truth into your spirit now, because your soul needs it, not just in your mind, but where your heart holds its deepest questions. You've walked through seasons trying to replicate the breakthroughs of others, reaching for pieces of someone else's puzzle, hoping they would fit your life. You've chased formulas, studied patterns, followed blueprints that seemed to promise blessing, but left you exhausted, frustrated, and still waiting. Those templates, though inspired, were never designed for you. They were for someone else's journey, another person's context. I've been gently preparing your heart to receive something fresh, something unprecedented, something crafted with your name on it long before you uttered your first dreams. Your calling is not recycled. It's bespoke, handmade by heaven, custom fit to your identity, and timed perfectly for this very moment. I'm speaking not just to caution you, but to free you. Freed from comparisons. Freed from second-best copies. Freed from the prayer to conform. What I'm unveiling in your life now isn't repackaged. It's not borrowed. It's not the same miracle others witnessed. It is original. It is your miracle. It is a strategy I whispered in the shadow season, before chaos claimed your attention. I wove it into your DNA when the world was too loud to make space for it. This helper that I'm sending is not only chosen for you, they are integrally woven into what I have prepared for your destiny. Because while others were in classrooms, you were in character training. While others were gathering fans, I was gathering faith in the furnace of faithfulness. And now, I step in with a plan that is not generic, but genealogical. Not generic, but generative. Custom tailored not just to your needs, but to your name's authority. Now lean in close. I want you to hear me in the sacred hush. This is not me recycling hope. This is me revealing legacy. And the helper I send is a piece of that revelation. They'll come with a key to unlock a part of you you never knew was waiting. They'll carry the kind of wisdom that doesn't align with the world, but with my world. And that dissonance will make it stand out. Yes, it may look different. Yes, it may come wrapped in humility instead of headlines. But this is nothing less than the new season I've promised. It's not projected off someone else's mountaintop. It's descended fresh from my throne. So when you look around and feel disoriented, discern again. This strangeness is not disorder. It's my stirring. I'm not copying patterns. I'm clearing pathways, paths that lead directly to your calling. So receive what's unfamiliar without fear. Recognize that unfamiliarity may actually be my fingerprint. Accept that what doesn't fit into your previous expectations might be the exact alignment your spirit is looking for. I am innovating an inside-out breakthrough, one that starts in the unseen and unfolds with precision. The helper I've sent will bring a recycled framework. They bring dynamic revelation. And as you step into what's new, you'll realize that my creativity, my original wisdom, is always more beautiful than any run of someone else's script. My precious one, breathe. I need you to settle into this truth with your whole being. The helper is already in motion, not somewhere in the distant future. Not when you feel a little more hopeful. They are moving now, piercing through barriers you thought were immovable, breaking chains that have tried to hold your breakthrough captive. Resistance is real. I'm not minimizing the force that's opposed you, but I am shouting the greater truth. My helper has been dispatched. Their steps are supernatural, their timing perfect. They are not just planning to come, they are already on the way, advancing through timelines to collide with your moment of need. You may not sense their footsteps yet, but that doesn't mean they aren't coming. You might still be surrounded by walls, stumbling through unrest, haunted by delay, but not for long. Resistance is breaking. Bonds are loosening. Why? Because I move even before your eyes see it. I command movement beyond the yardstick of the human calendar. So even while your heart is trembling with weariness, know that momentum is building behind the scenes. I have sent my helper on the impact mission, anointed, appointed, and actively advancing. They are not waiting for permission. They are responding to the authority of my decree. Every obstacle fashioned to delay is being dismantled from within the architecture of your situation. Hold fast to this moment, beloved, because this declaration is not a distraction, it's destiny. The helper is not coming tomorrow. They already crossed tomorrow on their way to you. Can you sense the shift in air? The subtle change in tension? That's not your mind playing tricks. That's divine breakthrough negotiating release on your behalf. And when that helper steps into view, you won't wonder if it's God. You'll wonder how you ever lived without that joy, that clarity, that lift before. They are not future help. They are now help, breaking through now resistance. The enemy thought he could delay the word spoken over your life, but he underestimated me and underestimated who I sent. This moment is not kept from you. It is coming to you. Your moments away from a collision with mercy, an encounter with divine favor you didn't earn, but richly deserve. Know it. Don't retreat from your hope now, because what I'm releasing is moving faster than despair, more powerful than doubt, more precise than any plan you could devise. And once this helper arrives, your story will shift, not just outwardly, but inwardly, in a way that crystallizes purpose, ignites destiny, and confirms your worth in my eyes. Beloved, hear me. You have been framed by my hands, not the patterns of the world. Everything about you, your background, your bruises, your boldness, your brokenness, has been part of a unique formation process. You were not made to fit a mold, but to fulfill a measure not defined by others, but authored by my heart. The world looks for templates. It looks for formulas. It looks for what's worked before and asks you to live inside the shadow. But you, my beloved, you were never created to live in someone else's echo. You were made to live in the fullness of your own voice. While others imitated success, I was cultivating authenticity in you. While they mimicked momentum, I was molding depth. You weren't meant to mirror. You were meant to mirror me. Your purpose is not a copy. It is an original composition. Every trial you endured, every denial you faced, every moment of stillness, they weren't distractions. They were annotations in the story I'm writing with your life. And now, that story is stepping into daylight, not by following someone else's path, but by walking the path I ordained for you before time itself was breathed into your lungs. This helper I'm sending is not being sent to train you how to follow someone else's map. They are coming to activate the map I inscribed in your spirit. They will not lift what's foreign into your story. They will lift what's foundational. Their guidance won't be a script to mimic. It'll be a mirror to remind. And as you see your reflection aligned with my design, you'll understand that the extraordinary you were meant for has nothing to do with imitation and everything to do with revelation. So let go of trying to be a second-rate version of someone else. Stand tall in the unique shape I formed. Because now, in this sacred collision, you'll see it. All of it was always customized for you. As my helper moves toward you, don't forget, you're also someone's miracle in motion. What you give doesn't disappear. It becomes manna to the hungry, light to the searching, fire in a cold night. I use what's in your hands to reach those whose faith is flickering. This ministry is fertile ground. Your support, through super thanks, membership, or the link in the description, is not charity, it's covenant partnership. Give, and it will be given to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. That's not a promise for later. That's a prophecy for now. Beloved, you've received. Now rise, sow, and extend the breakthrough. Do it now. Send help forward, and I'll send harvest back. Beloved, breathe deeply and lean in, for the air around you is shifting not by chance or by your striving, but by my command. You've held tension for so long that you mistook it for truth. You believed the heaviness was the only constant, but I am rewriting the atmosphere. I spoke movement over your season, not in response to your voice, but out of my promise. Every shadow that lingered, every weight that clung, even those are bowing beneath the authority of my word. I didn't wait for your faith to peak. I only needed your heart to stay open long enough to speak my word. And now it's moving. Faster than fear, louder than lies, and more precise than timing tied to man. You might not feel it yet, but senses catch up. A hush may fall in the chaos. A calm may settle over restless thoughts. That subtleness is not stillness. It is strategy. I am shifting spiritual skies. The helper I'm sending is sailing on that shift, navigating through currents of change that you have been praying for, though you didn't know how they would arrive. A moment you wondered, where is the shift? I already delivered it. The moment you began to question if heaven had forgotten, I was already releasing help into the timeline. Because my command does not wait for human proof to prove itself. It moves regardless. And now, the atmosphere is bending toward breakthrough. Don't prepare for fanfare. Prepare for the fragrance of faith breaking, for the softness of silence suddenly saturated with clarity. That's me making space for my promise to land. Mountains may not move at once, but cracks already form. And that's enough. As the air changes, your spirit will align with it. You breathe easy. You'll think clearer. You'll see what seemed insurmountable isn't. Not because the issue changed, but because I change how the atmosphere responds. So don't resist the unfamiliar lightness. Receive it. Because what's invisible is moving visibly. My word is not wishing. It's working. And the helper you're about to meet, they are sailing on my shift, arriving on the exact currents I created for this moment. Beloved, rest here in this truth. You are not required to pursue what's already yours. Not this helper. Not this help. You've been running through prayers, running through tactics, running through lists of what to do to attract divine favor. But there's a deeper bedrock in which I'm securing you, and it doesn't require chase. The collision point between divine assistance and your surrender isn't a summit you strive for. It's a moment I orchestrate. The help is not hiding behind your hustle. It's waiting in your stillness. Where your expectation and my movement converge, that's the holy quiet where breakthrough meets breakthrough. Here, in the hush beyond human effort, the helper I've sent will intersect with your soul, without effort, but with explosive alignment. Feel that gentle shift in your chest, as if destiny is inhaling again. That's not intuition alone. That's invitation. That's heaven saying, stop striving. Start expecting. You work hard. You planned. You prodded. And now, my child, I'm inviting you into sacred stillness. Stop running long enough to sense what's breaking at your door. Because in your stillness, you make space for the helper to land, not just in your story, but in your spirit. And you won't have to chase. You won't have to lead. All you must do is be alert, wake at the same eternal intersection where my help has arranged its entry. It won't crash through confusion. It will slip in through clarity you can't yet explain. A touch that doesn't tremble. A whisper that doesn't fade. A collision. It was always my plan. My deeper voice echoes this. Let go. Let go of performance. Let go of skepticism bred from seasons of delays. Let go of the need to strategize every movement. Yes, plans are holy, but surrender is sanctified. You don't need to chase. You need to be still. And the moment you shift from doing to receiving, the helper I'm sending will shift from being sent to being present. Covenant collides with surrender. Promise meets posture. And when that meets you, you'll feel the weight of my nearness in a way more tangible than victory ever felt. Not because you earned it, but because you stepped into rest, trusting my arrival more than your strategy. Oh, beloved, there is so much of you that has weathered more than anyone ever knew. You carried storms in secret, paced through nights when sleep felt foreign, kept stepping forward on worn-out shoes and fractured faith. You endured delays that felt interminable, watched doors remain closed long after your faith told you they'd open. You survived storms, literal and metaphorical, navigating wind, water, and waiting with nothing but a whisper of yet. You're faithful. That alone is a miracle. But listen, that survival was never meant to be your destination. It was preparation for the deluge of help I'm releasing now, like rain after drought, refreshing every thirsty part of your becoming. That survival isn't just history, it's heritage. And help is now rushing in, not in drips but in waves. You won't just experience recovery, you will experience revival. Your sparse reserves won't just be restored, they will be replenished in abundance. Imagine a sky cracking open in parts, letting in the kind of rain that doesn't just wet the earth, but revives roots, restores rivers, resurrects ravaged places. The helper I'm sending carries that rain. Their presence will surface in your life like torrents of mercy, not because you winced another day, but because I loved you through everyone. You don't just survive in this moment, you are sanctified to thrive, drenched in divine restoration. I don't just return what was lost, I multiply it. The years you missed, they become the place where my glory greets you. The love you lacked, it becomes the soil for my favor to bloom. The tears you shed, they become the wells from which my compassion flows. The helper arrives not just to uplift what remains, but to reconfigure what is now possible. When that rain hits, you'll feel more than relief. You'll feel rebirth. You'll know it's not luck. It's not timing. It's heaven's harvest, and you're stepping into it fully alive. So stand under the open sky of my promise with arms raised, not trying to catch the rain, but basking in its release. You weren't just surviving. You were stationed for this spiritual storm of blessing I'm sending your way. And now it's crossing from heaven to earth. So breathe deeply. Let's grow together. Beloved, there is a vast gulf between being helped and being held by covenant. Charity speaks of kindness prompted by pity. Covenant speaks of promises anchored in unbreakable blood. What I'm bringing to you now isn't a gift handed from halfway across the table. It is a fullness carried by the same one who sealed your name in eternity. You may have felt unseen, unheard, unworthy, but none of that changes the contract written over your spirit. In my eyes, you are not a case needing compassion. You are an heir receiving what I promised, long before you had the courage to ask. This help rising toward you is my covenant in motion, a divine deposit of my unwavering pledge spoken in the place of your purest prayer, where it was only between you and me. You prayed in hidden chambers. You whispered on your knees. You declared desires in the dark, not wanting anyone else to know your weakness. What I did, I stood close to those secret places where human applause never reached, and I etched my words into your weary places. That divine vow has never slipped, even when your faith trembled. And now you are not receiving help because you earned it. You are receiving it because I vowed it. Covenant is not contingent. It doesn't waver with performance. It doesn't dissolve with doubt. It remains standing because it's built on my character, not your consistency. So when the helper walks into your life, let it sink deep, not as temporary comfort but as fulfillment of what I decreed long ago, in the places no one ever saw. This is not salvation by effort. It's grace in action. This is not a rescue operation. It's the realization of a divine contract. You may wonder if you're ready, or if you've practiced enough, or if your mistakes disqualify you. I say this to you, sweet child. Your readiness doesn't matter. The covenant does. I came not to reward your resume but to release my promise. And that promise carries force, favor, and fullness, not because of who you are but because of who I am. I swore to you in moments when your spirit whispered, "Please don't forget me." And now, I answer, not with words, but with a helper whose presence confirms what my heart already promised. So do not treat this movement as a bonus. It is not a checkbox. It is the unfolding of a vow I sealed with my blood. When the helper enters, let your soul recognize not just the provision, but the promise. This is covenant made visible. This is my vow coming home. And you, my beloved, are its fulfillment. Oh, beloved, there's power in discerning the difference between a crutch and a catalyst. A crutch props up weakness. A catalyst ignites strength. I am sending a helper, not to be your support beam, but to be the spark that accelerates the destiny I've placed on your path. You've carried parts of this calling alone for far too long, shoulders weary, eyes dimmed by effort, knees shaking with perseverance. This helper will not replace you, will not take you over. They will come alongside you, carrying what you were never meant to carry solo, so together you can launch into what you were always meant to walk toward. The equation changes not by removing you, but by adding relief, addition, accompaniment. Listen, you won't wake up from this season leaning on someone to push you ahead. You'll wake up with someone to strengthen your stride. When pressure rises, they will rise with you, not to overshadow you but to amplify you. When you're standing at the edge of breakthrough, they won't push you in, they will step beside you, speaking what your spirit needed to hear long before circumstances changed. This is divine partnership, not replacement. You're not being sidelined. You're being empowered. You might fear that leaning on help makes you seem weak, but that is the lie of pride. Strength is often revealed in wise reliance, not stoic independence. The helper is not your savior, I am. But through them, though their alignment with my purpose, you'll experience how my grace operates through people, through projects, through presence. They don't do it for you, but they carry the part you weren't meant to bear. They connect the way when your vision falters. They rally the hope when your courage fades. They mirror the faith you can't find in yourself yet, but can recognize when it's reflected back to you. And child, humility partners with help. The sweetest posture is not striving, but receiving. The helper stands not to spotlight your fault lines, but to showcase my faithfulness. They won't overshadow your story. They will enhance your stage. Because you're not being diluted. You're being detonated into destiny. And you will emerge not surviving, but strong and never the same again. My beloved, I need you to awaken your spirit, not your logic, to what is arriving. Your helper is approaching, not in the packaging you imagined, but in the precise provision your heart has been whispering for in the secret hours. Expectation often wrestles with imagination. You may have prayed for a structure and received a stranger. You may have scripted a scenario and been surprised by someone's soul. But what comes dressed in a different shape may be dressed in my response. Often, my miracles don't look like we draw them. They look like I produce them. The helper I send may not match the picture in your mind, but they will embody my promise. You've rehearsed your ideal. Maybe someone confident, eloquent, strategic. But what if I'm sending someone kind-hearted, quiet, keen in discernment? Don't disqualify what looks unfamiliar. The answer in your spirit isn't delivered through aesthetics. It's delivered through alignment. What you need isn't always what you asked first. It's what your soul wholly needs. You may have called for a fisher of men. I may send a healer of hearts. You asked for clarity at work. I send calm in your soul. And when that helper arrives, your heart will hitch, recognition without introduction. Because it wasn't you who drew them, it was me. You'll sense it not because they look like your script, but because they speak your soul's geography. Be ready for that sacred disorientation. Notice this. When the helper steps into your life, your spirit will gasp before your mouth can praise. There'll be resonance, not based on reputation, but rooted in resonance, souls in alignment. What people see will confuse them. What your heart recognizes will astound you. It's what I do. I bypass human design expectations and deliver my design. I am not limited by your blueprint. I am freed by my purpose. So when what appears strange begins to feel like home, don't shrink back, worship deeper. Because that's not awkwardness. That's divine familiarity. That's your spirit saying, yes. Finally, let the helper be a living answer, not to your checklist, but to your soul's cry. You may never explain how they fit, but you will feel how they heal. Not from the outside in, but from the inside out. What you prayed for in hunger, what you whispered in fear, what you barely formed in faith, all that will converge in their arrival. Stand ready, for in your recognition of them, you'll remember who I am and why I sent them. My child, the ones whispered in darkness, they echo loudest in my heart. Every tear you shed when you thought I wasn't near published itself in my memory. Every sleepless night, you believed you were alone. But I was closer than your breath. I memorized your tears. I archived the ache. I never let that prayer slip through my fingers. Now, the helper's arrival is not just encouragement. It is evidence. Proof that I heard. That I cared. That I remembered when you wondered if your murmurs mattered. So when they show up, don't see it as just aid. See it as my voice saying, I was always here. You asked. I answered. But your heart felt too heavy to hear my reply. And so I'm sending something tangible. Someone who embodies the answer to what you prayed when you thought your voice was too small for heaven. Don't discredit your whispers. They carried weight. They sparked my movement in realms you couldn't see. I saw it. And now I'm responding. This helper is not a coincidence. Not a consolation prize. They are my confirmation that your prayers were never wasted, never faint, never faded. They are living testimony that I was faithful while you felt forgotten. Your hidden cries were sacred codes. I intercepted them. I delivered them to my throne. And I dispatched help. Help that doesn't just settle your situation, help that confirms my nearness. When the helper reaches out, you'll recognize my voice for a moment before they even speak your name. Because what you whispered, what felt so small, was thunder in heaven. So let their presence hold you. Let it speak what I couldn't voice in that moment of your deepest loneliness. This is not just help. It's holy validation. A signpost of my presence. So open your eyes when they arrive. Don't glaze over the unremarkable. Lean into the unassuming. The helper may not look like they come with announcements, but they bring the echo of my yes. And as they move beside you, every step will be a living answer to a prayer you barely spoke. Let that sink into your heart. I didn't forget. I was always listening. And my response is walking through your door. My beloved, listen closely, not to the clamor of distraction, but to the quiet opening of heaven's alignment with your life. I know how easy it is to dismiss a timely connection, a perfectly placed word, or a presence that feels like more than chance. You might say, that was just luck, or it happened by accident. But let me reassure you, there is no such thing as coincidence in my kingdom. Every detail, every shift, even those that seem small or fleeting, is deliberate. When this helper draws near, when a favor appears out of nowhere, when clarity arrives like a whisper in your spirit, know this: it is not random. It is not circumstantial. It is my hand releasing divine assistance, aimed precisely at your season, your need, your destiny. I orchestrated the timing. I ordered the moment. I calibrated the arrival of my help with such precision that even your circumstances cannot miss it. This is divine choreography, every movement measured in my mind, then executed with heavenly precision. When that helper steps in, whether in action, in wisdom, in provision, it will feel like a divine dart targeted at the core of what you've been believing and battling for. And I need you to perceive it not as an accident, but as my artistry. The world may normalize randomness, but my kingdom communicates through calculated benevolence. You may wonder, why me? Why now? Because your cry reached me. Because your surrender signaled readiness. Because your heart, after every storm, still leaned toward me. I never release my help indifferently. I wait for the vessel, the heart that remains soft even when the world burns. Your willingness became the runway for my release. And now, the helper moves not by chance but by covenant. So when you feel them near, lean in, not back. When help arrives, receive it, not with skepticism, but with awe. This is not another page in your prayer journal. It is my response manifested. It is my promise stepping into your moment. And I ask you to see it with eyes lit by expectancy, not by surprise. There are no random blessings in my house. There are no accidental answers. Every wave of help is a wave I engineered. Every gift that lands in your hands was carried on prayer you can't even recall. This helper is not a footnote. They are headline proof that I haven't forgotten, I won't delay, and I never, ever abandon. This is divine assistance, sacred, sovereign, tailored, and it has your name written all over it. My dear one, hear this as if the air around you suddenly shifts in response. I am urging you, stay awake spiritually. Keep the fluorescent of your faith lit, steady, expectant, unyielding. Keep your heart primed for the moment my helper enters your story, because they carry more than mere strength. They carry breakthrough. Not just the kind of breakthrough that helps you endure, but the kind that transforms everything you thought you carried into the weightlessness of heaven's favor. This isn't about patching your tank. This is about launching you. This helper comes not as support, but as emergence. They don't just lean into your battle. They are the battlefield transformation that shifts the trajectory of your purpose. Say alert, not because I'm alarmist, but because I am architect. Every divine intersection occurs at a posture. Your posture of awareness, your posture of expectation, your posture of relational openness allows my helper to step in without delay. If your heart drops into fatigue, if faith flickers into fear, you may miss the moment I arranged. But if you stay alert to my whispers, to subtle shifts in appointment, to the hush breaking into your day, you'll see breakthrough arriving on tiptoe rather than with fanfare. And when breakthrough walks in, you'll know it, even before it manifests in your circumstances. You'll feel that seismic hush in your soul. This is your moment. Stay open, not just to what you plan, but to what I've prepared. Expect not just help, but holy renovation. Expect not just comfort, but complete reordering. This helper arrives as both bomb and builder. They will not just mend what's broken, they'll build what belongs. And as long as your hands are unclenched, your spirit unstalled, your hope unclipped, they will craft with tenderness where weariness once bound you. Stay near, not to me, not to them, but to purpose, to the heartbeat of heaven I've placed within your chest. This helper is delivered to accompany your calling, not override it. You are not to become dependent, but aligned. Together, the two of you will step into breakthrough, something your heart has longed for, worked toward, glimpsed in moments of faith but never fully held. That breakthrough, jubilee in your spirit, justice in your journey, release in your heart, is now hand-delivered by the helper I'm sending. You don't need to scramble or strategize or script it perfectly. You just need to stay awake, receptive, aligned. And let me, through this helper, unfold what I've been weaving all along. Oh, my child, feel the gravity of this moment. Let everything else go silent, not just around you, but within you. Can you sense it now? Can you feel how everything I've said has been building toward this one truth, this one thunderous whisper? You are not alone. This wasn't random. This was preordained. This wasn't a last-minute decision from heaven. This was a divine design set in place before the foundations of the world were laid. You didn't stumble upon this message. You were drawn to it. You were led here because heaven had something scheduled for you, something tailored, something sacred. And I, your God, your Creator, your Father, I have made this moment for you. You may have walked through seasons where you questioned if I still noticed. You sat in rooms full of people and still felt like the invisible one. You've prayed prayers that echoed back to you with silence, and you've wondered if I was listening, if I had moved on to more important souls. But now I speak directly to you. I want your spirit to receive this. I was never gone. I never withdrew. I never abandoned you for a second. I have been right here. Even when your strength was failing. Even when your faith was flickering. Even when your tears soaked your pillow and your hands were too weak to lift in praise. I was there. I am here. And I have never stopped orchestrating the details of your deliverance. Not once. The helper I've spoken of, yes, they are coming. But don't let their presence distract you from my nearness. They are the extension. I'm the source. I'm not sending you help so you'll forget me. I'm sending you help so you will feel me more intimately. Every step they take toward you is a step I designed. Every word they'll speak has been whispered first in my heart. Every door they'll help you open was a door I placed in your future long ago. You are not being thrown a lifeline out of pity. You are being positioned into purpose by precision. This isn't just assistance. It's alignment. And I am in all of it. So in this final moment, I say it again, this time louder inside your soul than any pain or lie could ever shout. You are not alone. You never have been. You never will be. I am the God who stays. I am the friend who sits closer than your silence. I am the helper who comes before helper rings. I am the Father who chose you again and again, through heartbreak, through delay, through every unknown. This isn't just my reminder. This is my seal, my signature, my sign to your soul. I see you. I know you. I love you. And I have already arranged everything needed for you to step into the next chapter, not limping, but lit with my glory. Take this helper's hand. Yes, but more than anything, take mine. I never let go. Now that I've spoken, sealed, and sent my helper, will you become a sender too? This message doesn't end with you. It's meant to move, to flow, to flood into the lives of those still wondering if I see them. When you give, through super thanks, membership, or a one-time offering, you are building the bridge I will walk across into another's aching heart. You are planting the word in soil that is crying out for me. I bless givers like rivers. I don't trickle back. I overflow. Whoever sows generously will also reap generously, 2 Corinthians 9:6. And I say, your harvest is chasing your obedience. So hear me, give now. Be the helper I want to send next. Before you leave this sacred moment, speak it aloud or write it boldly in the comments. God, I receive the helper you are sending. Let this be your declaration of faith, your prophetic yes to the breakthrough I've already placed in motion. Don't just scroll past. Plant your words as seeds, because every sentence sown in faith becomes a magnet for my movement. I am watching, I am listening, and I am responding to the voice of those who believe. So comment it now. I receive the helper, and let all of heaven align to the power of your agreement. This is your moment of activation. And now, as heaven takes note of your words, listen, truly listen. I need you to hear my voice right now, in this very moment. Do not brush this aside as just another thought. My timing is perfect, and I am speaking to you for a reason. You have been carrying a weight that was never yours to bear. I see it in the way you hold your shoulders, in the tightness of your jaw. I hear the silent conversation of worry that loops in your mind when you try to sleep. The one about your future, the pressure you feel at your job, the unspoken distance that has grown in your family. You feel overlooked, don't you? As if your efforts go unnoticed and your prayers are hitting a silent ceiling. That feeling, that stirring deep within your soul that tells you something must change, is not your own anxiety speaking. It is my spirit, my very essence, calling directly to yours. This is not a coincidence. This is a divine appointment, a meeting I scheduled for you before the foundations of the world were laid. I knew you would be here, in this exact place, with this specific ache in your heart. The urgency you feel is not because my love for you is fading. That is impossible. My love is the one constant in this universe. No, the urgency is because your peace is within reach, right now, and I cannot bear to see you live without it for another second. Every moment you spend trying to figure it all out on your own, trying to carry the world and its troubles, is a moment stolen from the rest and tranquility I offer you. Feel that. A gentle, persistent tap deep inside you. It's not your anxiety, it's me. I am knocking on the door of your heart. I am not standing here with a fist, ready to break the door down. I approach you with a gentle, loving rap that says, I am here. Please let me in. You have tried to manage the lock yourself. You have reinforced the door with your own strength, your own logic, your own plans. But you are tired now. The door has become too heavy for you to open or close, and you feel trapped behind it. My precious one, delay no longer. The blessing I am sending is not for some distant future when you feel you have earned it or are finally good enough. It is for you, right now, in your weariness and your uncertainty. The comfort I send is immediate. It is like the cool hand on a fevered brow, the sudden quiet after a deafening noise. It is the deep, soul-settling breath you take when you finally realize you are not in this alone. Do not tell yourself you will open this door tomorrow, or after you've tidied up the mess inside. I am not afraid of your mess. I am not repulsed by your brokenness or your fear. In fact, that is precisely where I do my greatest work. Your weakness is the entry point for my strength. Your emptiness is the space I long to fill. So, stop. Stop striving, stop worrying, stop planning your next move. Just be still for a second. Hear the knock. It is the sound of my love, my promise, my help arriving. Open the door. Open your heart. Open your life to me. The helper I send is waiting. My child, I want you to understand exactly who this helper is that I am sending to you. Do not imagine some distant, impersonal force or a fleeting feeling that comes and goes like the morning mist. The helper I send is my own spirit, the very breath of my being, the essence of my presence made real and personal for you. He is the comforter I promised you would come, the one who will not just visit, but will abide with you. live inside you, forever. Think of that. The very power that spoke galaxies into existence now chooses to make a home within your heart. He is not a temporary guest. He is a permanent resident. He is the spirit of truth, and in a world overflowing with confusing voices, conflicting opinions, and outright lies, you need him more than ever. He is your internal compass, always pointing to what is true, what is right, what is real. When you are pulled in a dozen different directions, when the noise of the world tries to drown out my whisper, he will be the one who guides you back to the solid ground of my word. He will lead you into all truth, not by shouting, but by gently illuminating the path before you, one step at a time. You must recognize that this helper is not a feeling. You have chased feelings your whole life, haven't you? You have sought happiness in achievements, peace in circumstances, and love in the affirmation of others. But those feelings are unreliable. They rise and fall with your situations. The helper is different. He is a constant, indwelling power. He is the quiet strength you feel when you think you have nothing left. He is the unexplainable peace that settles on you in the middle of chaos. He is the deep, settled assurance that you are loved, even when you feel utterly unlovable. He is also your advocate. Do you hear the accusations that fly at you both from others and from the voice inside your own head? The whispers that say, "You failed again. You're not good enough. You will never change." The helper stands in your defense. He is your divine lawyer who pleads your case before me, not based on your innocence, but based on the blood of my Son. He silences the accuser by constantly reminding you of your forgiveness, your righteousness, and your identity as my child. He counters every lie with my unshakable truth. So, when you feel his presence, do not receive him as a stranger. He is not an outsider. He is the most intimate part of my promise to you. He knows you better than you know yourself. He knows your thoughts before you speak them, and your needs before you are even aware of them. He is the answer to the loneliness you feel in a crowded room. He is the fulfillment of my promise that I will never leave you nor forsake you. He is the tangible reality of my love, sent to walk with you, guide you, comfort you, and empower you every moment of every day. Welcome him. Speak to him. Acknowledge him. He is my personal gift to you, the guarantee that you are never, ever alone. He is me with you. My beloved, perhaps you are wondering, why now? Why this urgency today? It is because I see your life not as you do, from the ground level, but from an eternal perspective. I see the season of trial you are standing in, and I also see the one that is just over the horizon. You feel the strain of your current battles, but I see the enemy laying subtle snares for your next steps. I am sending this help now because my love for you is not passive. It is active, protective, and always ahead of your needs. I know the profound weariness of your soul. It is more than just physical tiredness. It is the exhaustion that comes from carrying emotional burdens for too long. It is the fatigue of trying to be strong for everyone else while you feel like you are crumbling on the inside. I know the silent questions you hold in the dark, the ones you are too afraid or too tired to even form into words. Will this ever end? Does anyone see how much I'm struggling? Am I strong enough to handle what's next? My answer to those unspoken pleas is not just a word. It is a person. It is the helper. You have reached a crossroad in your journey. It may not look like a dramatic intersection, but it is a critical turning point. The decision you are wrestling with, the relationship that is in turmoil, the career path that seems uncertain, your next step here is paramount. Your own wisdom and strength have brought you this far, but they cannot take you where I want you to go. You need my divine guidance to navigate what lies ahead, and the Helper is the one who will provide it. The enemy of your soul has seen this crossroad too, and he has been hard at work. He has laid snares of discouragement, traps of comparison, and nets of confusion, hoping you will take a wrong turn in your exhaustion. I am sending my spirit now as a brilliant light to expose every single one of those traps before you step into them. He will reveal the enemy's strategy and illuminate the safe path I have prepared for you. Your faith, my child, has been tested. It has been stretched and pulled, sometimes to what felt like its breaking point. You have held on, even by a thread, and that has not gone unnoticed in heaven. Now is the time for your faith to be fortified. It is time for that thread to become an unbreakable cord. The Helper is coming to infuse your weary faith with supernatural strength, to build you up and make you unshakable. And finally, I am sending him now because I desire so much more for you than mere survival. I did not create you to just get by, to live in a constant state of putting out fires, to simply endure until the end. That is not the abundant life I promised. I desire to lift you from that place of just surviving to a place of divine thriving. I want to see you living with purpose, walking in power, and overflowing with a joy that does not depend on your circumstances. Your season of just holding on is ending. Your season of rising up is beginning. That is why the Helper is here now. Now, listen closely, for this is a truth that must anchor your soul. The Helper I send is more than just a guide or a comforter. He is the seal of my unbreakable promise to you. What does that mean? In a world, a seal authenticates a document. It is the mark of a king on a decree, the official stamp that proves its origin and its authority. The Holy Spirit is my royal seal upon your life. His presence within you is my personal, divine signature, declaring to all of heaven, all of earth, and all of hell, this one is mine. He is the seal of your inheritance in my kingdom. You worry about your future, about whether you will make it to the end, about your place in eternity. Let that worry cease today. The Spirit's presence is your down payment, the guarantee of the full inheritance that awaits you. He's the first taste of heaven, the tangible proof that everything I have promised you is real and is already yours in the spiritual realm. He is the guarantee of my covenant with you. A covenant is not a contract that can be broken if one party fails to perform. It is a blood-sworn oath, a bond that cannot be shattered. I have made a covenant with you through my Son, and the Holy Spirit is the living embodiment of that covenant within you. He is the constant, abiding evidence that my promise to you does not depend on your perfection, but on my faithfulness. When you feel you have failed, when you stumble, when your performance is weak, the enemy will rush in to tell you that you have broken the deal and lost your place. But you must hold up the shield of faith and remember the seal. My Spirit in you is the guarantee that my covenant holds fast. It can never be broken. His presence is a constant reminder that you are chosen and cherished. You are not an afterthought. You are not a cosmic accident. You were chosen by me before you were ever formed. His indwelling is meant to silence every doubt about your sonship and your daughtership. That nagging feeling of being an orphan, of having to earn your place, of being an outsider looking in, that is not from me. That is a lie from the pit of hell. The Helper's primary role is to bear witness with your spirit that you are a child of God, a true heir. Let his quiet assurance deep within you be louder than any voice of condemnation. This is not a temporary gift that I might retract if you displease me. No, this is an eternal pledge of my faithfulness. The gifts and calling of God are irrevocable. Once I have placed my seal upon you, it is for eternity. Trust in this seal. Build your life on this reality. It is backed by the full and absolute authority of heaven. The one who holds the stars in place and calls them by name has marked you as his own forever. Nothing and no one can ever snatch you out of my hand. My child, since I am sending you such a precious gift, it is important that you prepare your heart to receive him. This is not a complex series of religious tasks. It is a simple, sincere turning of your heart toward me. First, I need you to quiet your soul. The world is so loud, is it not? The demands, the notifications, the endless stream of news and opinions, they all clamor for your attention. But to receive my spirit in his fullness, you must intentionally create stillness. Turn off the noise, not just the television or the phone, but the frantic noise inside your own head. Find a quiet place, even for just a few moments. Breathe deeply. Let the chaotic thoughts settle. I am not found in the earthquake or the fire, but in the still, small voice. I am asking you to make space for that stillness, to give me a quiet room in your heart where we can commune. I invite you to humble yourself before me. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the honest acknowledgement that you need my intervention. It is letting go of the pride that says, I can handle this on my own. I want you to simply admit your need. Speak the words aloud if you must. Father, I cannot do this alone. I need you. I need your help. That simple, honest prayer is one of the most powerful you can ever utter. It unlocks the floodgates of my grace. As part of this, I ask you to release the tight grip you have on your own understanding. You have been trying to figure everything out, to connect all the dots, to control every outcome. But my ways are higher than your ways. Preparing your heart means making room for my wisdom by setting aside your own limited perspective. It is an act of trust, saying, I don't have all the answers, but I trust the one who does. Come to me with a clean heart. Take a moment and ask me to show you if there is any unconfessed sin, any bitterness, resentment, or unforgiveness you are holding onto. A pure heart is a ready vessel for my spirit. Confession is not about me shaming you. It is about you agreeing with me that something is standing in the way of our intimacy. It is like cleaning out a room to make space for a treasured guest. When you confess, I am faithful and just to forgive you and to cleanse you from all unrighteousness, making your heart a welcoming home for him. Then, with that clean heart, I want you to declare your faith. Faith is the currency of my kingdom. Speak it aloud. Say, I believe your promise is for me. I believe you are sending the helper. Hearing yourself say it will strengthen your own belief. Finally, cultivate a posture of expectation. Do not approach me with a passive, we'll see what happens attitude. Be like a child on their birthday morning, eagerly anticipating the gifts they know are coming. Be ready to receive what I am so eager to give. Quiet your soul, humble your heart, release your control, confess what is needed, declare your faith, and expect me to act. Your prepared heart is the place my spirit longs to fill to overflowing. My child, your heart is now prepared, a quiet room made ready for your king. It would grieve my spirit deeply if you were to close the door now, just as I am about to step inside to bring the comfort you have so desperately craved. There is so much I long to do in this sacred space we have made together. Please do not leave me standing at the threshold. Continue with me. My precious child, when the helper arrives in the quiet room of your prepared heart, what is the very first thing he will do? Before he gives you strength, before he imparts wisdom, he will bring comfort. This is his first and most tender work. He will come as the divine comforter to soothe the hidden aches of your heart, the ones no one else can see or understand. You carry sorrows you have never spoken of, disappointments that are buried so deep you barely acknowledge them yourself. You put on a brave face for the world, but I see the hairline fractures in your spirit. The helper will go directly to those places. His touch is not intrusive but infinitely gentle. He will apply the healing balm of my love to wounds you thought would never heal. He will bring my peace, and I want you to understand what this peace is. It is not the absence of trouble. The world offers a temporary peace that only exists when circumstances are favorable. The moment a storm hits, that peace is gone. My peace, the peace the helper brings, transcends all earthly circumstances and understanding. It is a deep, unshakable calm that can anchor your soul in the middle of a hurricane. It is the ability to be still and know that I am God, even when everything around you is spinning out of control. This is the peace that will guard your heart and your mind. He will come to wipe away the tears of your sorrow and replace them with the oil of joy. I see every tear you cry. Not one falls to the ground unnoticed. Each one is precious to me. The helper comes to gently wipe them away, not by making you forget your pain, but by giving you a new and higher perspective. He will show you how I am working even in your suffering to bring about something beautiful. In your moments of most profound loss, the loss of a loved one, a dream, a relationship, His presence will be your unshakable solace. When the words of others feel hollow, and their attempts to comfort fall short, He will be there, silently communicating a depth of empathy and love that needs no words. He will simply be with you in your grief, and in His presence, you will find you are not alone. He will not rush your grieving process, but He will ensure you do not grieve without hope. He will mend the broken pieces of your spirit with a gentleness only I can command. Life has a way of shattering things, does it not? Your trust, your innocence, your hope. You are left feeling like a broken vessel. The helper is a master craftsman. He will carefully gather every single broken shard of your heart and spirit. He will not discard the pieces you think are too damaged or ugly. With skillful, loving hands, He will put you back together, and the places where you were broken will become the most beautiful and strongest parts of you, filled with the golden light of my glory. It is crucial you understand that His comfort is not a distraction. It is not a spiritual painkiller meant to numb you for a little while. It is a deep, restorative, and powerful healing. He does not cover up the wound. He cleanses it and heals it from the inside out. He doesn't just manage your pain, He transforms it. So open your heart to Him. Show Him where it hurts. The Comforter has come to bring you a healing so complete, it will change you forever. My child, let us speak plainly about the confusion you face. Life is not a straight road. It is full of forks, unmarked turns, and sudden detours. I see you standing at these junctions, paralyzed by the fear of making the wrong choice. You agonize over decisions big and small, a career move, how to handle a conflict with a loved one, where to invest your time and your heart. The weight of these choices can be crushing. This is where the helper steps in, not just as a comforter, but as your ever-present, divine counselor. When you do not know which way to turn, when every path seems shrouded in fog, He will illuminate the correct one. Do not expect a booming voice from the heavens or a detailed map of your next 10 years. His guidance is often more intimate. It is a quiet, persistent peace that settles upon one option while the others feel anxious and striving. It is a single step made clear, a flashlight beam in a dark forest showing you where to place your foot next, trusting that the light will move with you. You know how He often speaks. He will bring my scriptures to your remembrance at the precise moment of need. You might be spiraling in anxiety about your finances, and suddenly a verse you read years ago about my provision will rise to the surface of your mind, cutting through the panic. You could be in a heated argument, about to speak words of anger, and a gentle reminder of a soft answer turning away wrath will come to you, unbidden. This is not just your memory at work. This is the helper, your counselor, actively bringing my living word to bear on your present reality. He gives you wisdom far beyond your own years and experience, especially to navigate complex relationships. A difficult person at work, the family member who drains your spirit, the friend you do not know how to help. You do not have the answers for them. But the helper does. He will give you the right words or the wisdom to remain silent. He will grant you a surge of supernatural patience when yours has run dry. He will show you where to set loving boundaries and where to extend grace, counseling you in the delicate art of loving others as I love you. In your prayer life, you have moments where the ache in your soul is too deep, the confusion too thick to articulate. You kneel down, and the only words you have are, "Help me." It is in these moments that the counselor does his deepest work. He takes the wordless groans of your spirit, the raw emotion of your heart, and translates them perfectly before my throne. He helps you pray when you no longer know how, interceding for you according to my perfect will. This partnership transforms your prayer from a monologue of requests into a true dialogue. He will provide profound clarity in your decisions, helping you to distinguish my voice from all the others. The voice of fear, the voice of ambition, the voice of others' expectations. My voice, through him, will always lead to peace, even if the path is difficult. His counsel is not limited to your waking hours. He will counsel you in the night seasons, granting you insight as you rest. You will go to sleep with a tangled problem and awaken with a clear solution, a new perspective that was not there before. This is your counselor at work. Go to him. Lean on his wisdom. You have constant, 24/7 access to the greatest counselor in the universe. Do not neglect such a gift. My beloved, I want to speak directly to the parts of you that you hide, the areas where you feel most inadequate. You look at your life. You see your limitations, your past failures, your personality quirks, and that persistent inner critic whispers, "You're not smart enough, not strong enough, not disciplined enough." You look at the task before you and your own heart tells you, "I can't." Hear me now. My response to your weakness is not disappointment. It is opportunity. Where you feel most inadequate, my helper's power is about to be made perfect. Your weakness does not disqualify you. It is the very prerequisite for my strength to be displayed in its fullness. As long as you rely on your own strength, you limit yourself to what is humanly possible. But when you come to the end of yourself and admit, "I can't do this," you have just opened the door for the helper to step in and say, "I know. But through me you can." This is true even in your physical body. I see the exhaustion in your bones, the chronic pain that you endure, the frailty that frustrates you. When your body feels weak, the helper is the strength within your spirit that enables you to endure. He is the quiet resolve that gets you out of bed on days you feel you cannot move. He is the supernatural grace that allows you to show kindness when you are in pain. He is the reminder that your true life is not defined by the limitations of your physical shell. He empowers your immortal spirit to reign over your mortal body. And what about those temptations, those patterns of behavior you despise in yourself? That flash of anger, that sharp-tongued response, that habitual sin you have sworn to conquer 100 times, only to fall again. You have tried to defeat it with willpower and self-discipline, and you have failed. The helper is your way of escape. He empowers you to stand firm against the temptations that once overwhelmed you. He does not always remove the desire, but in the moment of choice, he provides a strength that is not your own, a power to say no and to turn toward me instead. He is the source of your endurance. There are days you want to give up, quit the job, walk away from the difficult relationship, Abandon the calling that has become too hard. The feeling of being overwhelmed is a powerful adversary. The Helper is the one who grants you the endurance to persevere when every fiber of your being wants to quit. He is the one who whispers, "Just one more step. Just hold on for one more day." He infuses you with a holy grit, a staying power that comes not from you, but from Him. Your weakness, my child, is the very canvas upon which He will display my glory. Do not despise it. Do not hide it in shame. When people see you, with your visible struggles and known limitations, accomplishing things that should be impossible for you, they will not give you the credit. They will see my power at work, and I will get the glory. He will take your "I can't" and transform it into a testimony. He will turn your greatest insecurity into the very thing that points the world to your magnificent God. Surrender your weakness to Him. Offer it as a sacrifice, and watch as He transforms it into a vessel for a power you have only dreamed of. My child, you must understand that your struggles are not merely against flesh and blood. You are in a world where a spiritual battle is raging for your heart, your family, and your destiny. You do not have to fight this battle alone or unarmed. The Helper's role is to be your divine strategist and equipper in this spiritual warfare. He is the one who personally fits you with the full armor of my might. Think of this armor not as some ancient, clunky suit, but as your daily spiritual attire. He clothes you in the belt of truth to hold you together when the enemy attacks with lies and confusion. He places upon you the breastplate of righteousness, not your own, but Christ's, to protect your heart from condemnation and accusation. He fits your feet with the readiness of the gospel of peace, so you can stand firm and not be moved by the anxieties of this world. He hands you the shield of faith, which He empowers you to lift, extinguishing every fiery arrow of doubt, fear, and despair the enemy shoots at you. He places the helmet of salvation on your head, guarding your mind and your thoughts, reminding you constantly of who you are and whose you are. And He places in your hand the sword of the Spirit, which is my word, teaching you how to wield it with precision and power. The Helper is your divine intelligence. He reveals the strategies of the adversary and shows you how to counter them. The enemy is not creative. He uses the same tactics of fear, shame, and deception repeatedly. The Helper will sharpen your discernment to recognize these schemes. You will begin to see the lie behind the temptation, the fear behind the threat. He gives you a holy awareness, a check in your spirit when something is amiss. He will help you recognize deception even when it is cloaked in light, distinguishing a good-seeming opportunity from a divinely ordained one. He will show you the subtle ways the enemy tries to sow discord in your relationships, and He will give you the wisdom to bring peace instead of strife. Your prayers, under His guidance, become mighty weapons. You may think your whispered prayers are weak, but when the Helper empowers them, they have the force to demolish spiritual strongholds. He will teach you to stop praying from a position of defeat and to start praying from a position of victory. He will guide you to pray with authority against the spirits of fear that torment your household, to break the power of anxiety over your mind, and to declare my promises over your circumstances. Most importantly, my child, His presence within you is a fortress that the enemy cannot breach. Your heart, when surrendered to Him, becomes my holy ground, an impregnable stronghold. The enemy can rage outside the walls, he can shout lies and accusations, but he cannot enter unless you open a door to him through willful sin or unbelief. The Helper is the guardian of that gate. He is the divine presence that makes the demons tremble. It is in His name, through my authority, that you have been given power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy. This is not a power you conjure up yourself. It is my authority, delegated to you, and activated by the Helper who lives within you. Walk in this reality. You are not a defenseless civilian in this battle. You are a well-equipped soldier, indwelt by the Spirit of the King, and your victory is already assured. My beloved, I have heard the silent prayer of your heart, the one that says, I want to share you with others, but I am afraid. I see your fear, the fear of rejection, of being misunderstood, of not having the right answers, of being mocked for your faith. This fear has held you captive, reducing your voice to a timid whisper when I created it to roar like a lion. The helper I send comes to shatter that cage of fear. He will come and do a divine exchange within you, replacing your fear with a holy boldness to be my witness in the world. His boldness is not arrogance or aggression. It is a quiet, unshakable confidence that comes from being so secure in my love for you that the opinions of others lose their power. It is a deep conviction that the truth you carry is a life-saving gift that you cannot keep to yourself. You will find yourself speaking up in situations where you once remained silent, not out of obligation, but out of a genuine, Spirit-given love for the people I have placed in your life. One of your greatest fears is that you will not know what to say. You feel inadequate, like you do not know enough theology to answer the hard questions. Release that burden. The helper will give you the right words to speak in every situation. I promise you this. You will be in a conversation, and a question will arise that makes your heart pound, but as you open your mouth in faith, the helper will provide an answer. Simple, loving, and profound, that you did not know you had. Trust him. He is your ever-present prompter. Your greatest tool for my kingdom is not your intellect, but your story. Your personal testimony of where you were and how I have transformed you is infused with a divine authority that captivates hearts. The helper will teach you how to tell your story with power and authenticity. It is a story that no one can debate, for it is your lived experience of my grace. As you share it, you will anoint your words, and they will penetrate hearts in a way that clever arguments never could. You will begin to open doors for you to share my love with those who are lost. These are not doors you have to force open. They will be divine appointments orchestrated by him. A conversation with a coworker who is hurting, a moment with a neighbor who is searching, an opportunity to pray for a stranger in need. You will find yourself in the right place at the right time, equipped for the moment. As you step out in these small acts of obedience, you will find that you are no longer ashamed of the gospel, for you will see its power firsthand. You will see hearts soften, lives change, and hope being born right before your eyes. This is how faith becomes real and vibrant. The timid whispers you once offered in prayer for others will be transformed by the helper into a lion's roar for my kingdom. You will begin to pray with boldness, speak with confidence, and live with a courage that can only come from being filled with the Spirit of the living God. Step out of the boat. The helper is with you, and he will not let you sink. You are now beginning to see the strength I am placing within you, the armor I am fitting to your soul. My heart aches at the thought of you turning away now, equipped for battle but unaware of the incredible spiritual discernment and the very character of my Son I wish to grow within you. Do not receive the tools for victory only to walk away from the battle plan. Stay, and let me show you more. My child, you live in a world of shadows and illusions, where things are often not what they seem. Truth and error are constantly intertwined, and good intentions can lead down dangerous paths. Because I love you and desire to protect you and your household, the helper comes to bestow upon you the gift of supernatural discernment. This is a gift you must earnestly desire and cultivate. It will allow you to see beyond the natural and to perceive what is happening in the spiritual realm. You will begin to look at situations and see the spiritual forces at play behind them. You will see a conflict in your family not just as a disagreement, but as an attack of the spirit of division. You will see a friend's chronic despair not just as a psychological issue, but as a spiritual battle with a spirit of hopelessness. His perspective is a game changer. It allows you to stop fighting people and start fighting the real enemy with the right spiritual weapons. A crucial function of this gift is the ability to distinguish between spirits of truth and spirits of error. There are many teachings, many voices, and many so-called prophets in the world today. Many of them sound appealing and wise, but they subtly lead people away from the simplicity and purity of devotion to me. The Helper will act as a spiritual filter within you. You will listen to a sermon, read a book, or hear an idea, and even if you cannot articulate exactly what is wrong, he will create a check, a subtle sense of unease in your spirit. He will be your internal truth detector, warning you, "This is not from me. Do not receive it." Likewise, when you hear my pure truth spoken, he will cause your spirit to leap with recognition and peace. He will give you a holy caution concerning people and situations that are not of me. You will meet someone who seems charming and wonderful on the surface, but the Helper will raise a red flag in your soul, warning you to be cautious, to pray, to keep your distance. He will protect you from unholy alliances and toxic relationships that could shipwreck your faith. Trust this inner witness. Do not dismiss it as being judgmental. It is a gift of divine protection. On the positive side, discernment allows you to recognize my hand at work where others only see coincidence or luck. You will see the timely provision, the chance encounter, the open door, and you will know that was God. The Helper will connect the dots for you, revealing the tapestry I am weaving in your life, which will build your faith and fill your heart with gratitude. This discernment will protect you and your household from hidden dangers, both spiritual and natural. It will guide you toward partnerships and alliances that are divinely ordained. The Helper will give you a deep sense of rightness and peace about the people I am bringing into your life to help you, sharpen you, and run with you. He is actively weaving your story together with the stories of others to create a beautiful and powerful testimony for my glory. And for this give, pay attention to his gentle nudges and quiet warnings. To walk with discernment is to walk in safety, in wisdom, and in alignment with my perfect will for your life. My precious one, the world around you is obsessed with outward appearance and performance. It measures your worth by your success, your productivity, your achievements. But the work of the Helper is primarily an inside job. While the world screams for you to do more, he whispers for you to become more. His ultimate goal is to cultivate my very own character within you, a harvest the Scripture calls the fruit of the Spirit. This is the greatest and most profound miracle he will ever perform in your life. This is not about you trying harder to be a better person. You have already walked that exhausting road of self-improvement, haven't you? You have tried to be more patient, only to snap in frustration. You have tried to be more loving, only to feel resentment creep in. The fruit of the Spirit is not produced by your striving. It is grown by his indwelling. Your part is to simply abide in me, to remain connected to the vine, and allow him, the divine gardener, to do the work. He will begin by cultivating love, joy, and peace. This is not the world's love, which is conditional and fleeting. It is my love, a supernatural ability to extend grace and compassion to the person who frustrates you most, to seek the best for someone who has wronged you. It is a love that gives without expecting anything in return. And he will cultivate joy, a deep, settled gladness in your soul that is not dependent on whether you are having a good day. It is a joy that can coexist with sorrow, a quiet hum of heaven's music that plays underneath all the noise of your circumstances. And with it, peace, the deep inner tranquility that I give, a steadfast calm that comes from knowing I am in control, even when your life feels chaotic. As you yield to Him, He will then begin to grow patience and kindness in the soil of your everyday interactions. Think of your daily frustrations, the slow driver in front of you, the long line at the store, the difficult technology that will not cooperate, the loved one who just is not listening. In these moments, your natural tendency is to boil over with irritation. But the Helper will begin to produce patience, an inner spaciousness that allows you to breathe instead of react. He will stretch your capacity to endure delays and difficulties without losing your peace. And alongside it, kindness will blossom. This is not just about being polite. It is the proactive desire to demonstrate my tenderness to others. It is the gentle word instead of the sharp retort, the small act of service for someone who is struggling, the willingness to go out of your way to lighten another's load. It is my love in practical, everyday shoes. Then, He will cultivate goodness and faithfulness. Goodness is my moral compass living inside of you. It is a heart that desires integrity, that does the right and honest thing even when no one is watching and when the wrong thing would be easier. And faithfulness will become the hallmark of your reputation. It is the Spirit-given ability to be reliable, to keep your promises, to finish what you start, to be a person of your word. It is the reflection of my own unchanging faithfulness to you. Finally, He will develop in you a profound gentleness and self-control. Gentleness is not weakness. It is strength under perfect control. It is the ability to handle delicate situations and fragile hearts with the care of a master shepherd. It is responding with grace when you have every right to respond with force. And self-control, oh, my child, what a gift this is. It is the Helper's power at work within you to say no to the destructive impulses of your flesh. It is the ability to control your temper, your appetite, your tongue, your thoughts. It is the very power that sets you free from the tyranny of your own impulses. You must understand, this beautiful harvest is not for your glory. It is not so you can feel proud of how spiritual you have become. This fruit is meant to be a taste of me for a hungry and watching world. When people see this supernatural character growing in you, they will see a reflection of me. The inward transformation He performs, making you more like my Son, is the greatest proof of my presence in your life. My child, as the fruit of my Spirit begins to grow within you, your heart will stir with a holy desire to share this harvest with a starving world. If you feel this divine nudge to send this life-giving word to another soul, know that it is my invitation to partner with me. Your gift is not money. It is a seed that carries the message of the Helper to ground that is barren and dry. I declare over you my promise. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together and running over. A soul is waiting for the fruit you are about to send them. Do not delay this divine appointment. Sow your seed now through Super Thanks, membership, or the sacred link below. My beloved, let us be honest about prayer. There are times it feels like a duty, a chore on your spiritual to-do list. There are times you feel your words are empty, bouncing off the ceiling. You wonder if I am listening, or you simply do not know what to say. You carry burdens so heavy that when you kneel, the words will not come. I see this struggle, and I am sending the Helper to completely revolutionize your prayer life, to transform it from a monologue of duty into a dialogue of delight. He will begin by teaching you how to pray according to my will. You often worry if you are asking for the right things, afraid to ask for something that is outside of my plan. The Helper gently aligns your heart with mine. He begins to shift your desires until they mirror my own. You will find yourself praying less for comfort and more for courage, less for an easy life and more for a fruitful one. You will start to pray for the things that are on my heart, for the lost, for justice, for my kingdom to come. And when you pray according to my will, you can pray with absolute confidence. knowing that your prayer is already answered. In your moments of deepest anguish or confusion, when your heart is too heavy for words, the Helper will intercede for you. This is one of the most beautiful aspects of his ministry. He takes your sighs, your tears, your wordless pain, and he translates them into perfect prayer before my throne. The Bible says he intercedes for you with groanings too deep for words. He understands the ache in your soul perfectly, and he communicates it to me with perfect clarity. You are never praying alone. Even when you are silent, the Spirit within you is crying out on your behalf. This partnership will cause a fundamental shift in your prayers. They will move from being a list of wants to a deep, intimate communion with me. The goal will no longer be to get things from me, but simply to be with me. You will find yourself wanting my presence more than my presence. Of course, I still want you to bring your needs to me, but they will be discussed in the context of our relationship, a child speaking with their loving father, not an employee submitting a request to their boss. This new intimacy will give you the faith to ask for mountains to be moved. As you spend time in communion with me, led by the Helper, your understanding of my power and my love for you will grow exponentially. Your faith will be built up, and you will start to pray with a boldness that may surprise you. You will ask for impossible things, not as a wild gamble, but with the calm assurance that you are asking the one for whom nothing is impossible. A vital part of this transformation is that you will learn to listen in prayer as much as you speak. The Helper will teach you to quiet your own thoughts and to be still, creating space to hear my response. You will learn to recognize my voice in a gentle thought, a picture in your mind, a scripture that comes to life, or a persistent sense of peace. Prayer will finally become a true, two-way conversation. And through all this, a wonderful change will occur. Prayer will cease to be a duty and will become your greatest delight. It will be the place you run to for refuge, the source of your strength, the wellspring of your joy. It will be the most anticipated part of your day, where you are realigned, refreshed, and reminded of my infinite love for you. This is the prayer life the Helper is waiting to build with you. My child, I have given you a priceless treasure in my word, the Bible. Yet, I know that for you, it has sometimes felt more like a locked chest than an open treasure. You have opened its pages and felt lost in ancient names and confusing laws. You have read its words and felt they were dry, dusty, and disconnected from your modern life. You have struggled to understand how these old stories could possibly speak to your current pain, your specific situation. Hear me, beloved. The Helper I send is the divine key to unlock this treasure for you. You must remember, he is the divine author. The very Spirit who breathed these words into the prophets and apostles of old now lives inside of you. Can you imagine a more perfect guide? It is like having the author of a complex book sitting right beside you, ready to explain every chapter, to reveal the hidden meanings and the overarching theme. This is what the Helper does when you open my word with a hungry and humble heart. You will find that passages that were once confusing will become clear and profoundly personal. You will read a story you have read a dozen times before, and suddenly, a truth will leap off the page and pierce your heart. You will see yourself in the story. You will understand its application to your life in a way you never have before. These are the aha moments orchestrated by the Helper. He pulls back the veil and allows you to see the spiritual truth shimmering beneath the surface of the text. My word will cease to be a static book and will become a living, active force in your life. The Bible says it is sharper than any two-edged sword, and the Helper is the one who wields it in your heart. As you read, he will use its truth to cut away lies you have believed, to convict you of sin that is hindering you, to comfort you in your sorrow, and to strengthen you in your weakness. It will no longer be just information you are acquiring. It will be a transformation you are experiencing. The Helper will show you my promises for you, hidden like treasures in every book. You will begin to read the Bible not as a history book, but as my personal letter written directly to you. You will highlight verses and passages, and you will feel with an unshakable certainty, this promise is for me. This is what my Father is saying to me today. Reading the Bible will become a treasure hunt, with the Holy Spirit as your guide, pointing out the specific gems of truth and encouragement that you need for that very day. And yes, He will use my word to correct, rebuke, and train you in righteousness. Do not be afraid of this. It is the work of a loving Father, a master coach training a beloved athlete. He will use Scripture to show you where your thinking is wrong, where your path is straying, where your character needs to be refined. This correction is not to condemn you, but to heal you, to protect you, and to make you more effective for my kingdom. So, I invite you, open my word. Do not be intimidated by it any longer. Before you read, whisper a simple prayer, Holy Spirit, teach me. He is waiting to turn the black letters on a white page into a vibrant, life-changing encounter with the living God. My child, look at the brokenness around you and the brokenness within you. It is the scar that sin has left upon my beautiful creation. You carry wounds from your past. You live with the consequences of poor choices, yours and others, and you see dreams that have withered and died. It is a world of aches, regrets, and losses. But I am a God of restoration. I do not just forgive, I heal. I do not just patch things up, I make all things new. And the Helper I send to you is the primary agent of my healing and restorative power in your life. This healing is not limited to one area. It is for your entire being, your spirit, your soul, and your body. He comes to heal your spirit by restoring your intimate connection to me, cleansing you from guilt and shame. He comes to heal your soul, your mind, your will, and your emotions from the trauma and pain it has endured. And yes, He is the agent of my physical healing power, able to bring life and health to your mortal body. One of the most beautiful promises in my word is that I will restore the years that the locusts have eaten. Do you feel that promise is for you? Do you look back with regret on wasted time, lost opportunities, years spent in rebellion or fear? Do you feel that the best parts of your life have been consumed by struggle? The Helper is the one who makes this promise a reality. He does not turn back the clock, but He does something even more miraculous. He redeems the time. He will bring an accelerated season of growth and blessing into your life that will more than make up for what was lost. He will take the ashes of your past and use them to create something beautiful, proving that no part of your story is ever wasted in my hands. He comes to heal the deep-seated wounds of past trauma and rejection. There are hurts that no human counselor, no friend, no amount of positive thinking can touch. They are like spiritual shrapnel, lodged deep in your soul, affecting your thoughts, your relationships, and your choices. The Helper is a divine surgeon. With infinite tenderness and precision, He can go to those deepest places and remove the source of the pain, healing the wound from the inside out. He is also the great mender of broken relationships. Where there hath been strife, betrayal, and painful separation, He can bring reconciliation. He cannot force another person's will, but where there is even a flicker of willingness to forgive, the Helper can work miracles. He can soften hardened hearts, restore communication, and rebuild trust where it was completely shattered. And what of your dreams? Those callings you felt from me that now lie dormant, buried under years of disappointment and practicality. You think they are dead, but the Helper can breathe new life into them. He is the Spirit of resurrection. He can take a dream you had given up on, a calling you had abandoned, and reignite it with a holy fire, showing you that with me, it is never too late. You must understand, my child, his restorative work is thorough. He does not do a quick, superficial fix. He is committed to a deep, lasting restoration that reaches the places no human hand can touch. He is my promise to you that nothing in your life is so broken that it is beyond my ability to redeem and restore. Let him begin his work in you today. We have waded into the deep waters of your heart, inviting my Spirit's healing into the most wounded places. It would wound my own heart if you were to stop here, content with healing but missing the heavenly perspective and the specific, anointed calling I have for your restored life. The restoration is for a purpose. Do not abandon the purpose now that the healing has begun. Continue this sacred journey with me. My child, your greatest struggle is often one of perspective. Your earthly troubles feel so large, so immediate, so all-consuming. The pressure at your job, the worry over your child, the pain in your body, the fear about the future, these things can fill your entire field of vision, blocking out the light and making you feel trapped and overwhelmed. The Helper comes to perform a miracle of sight. He comes to grant you a heavenly perspective. He will gently lift your eyes from your temporary troubles to eternal realities. He does not ask you to deny your pain or pretend your problems do not exist. Instead, he helps you to see them in their proper context, against the vast backdrop of eternity. From this vantage point, the mountains of today begin to look like the molehills they truly are. He will change your focus from the temporal, which is passing away, to the eternal, which will last forever. As your perspective shifts, you will begin to see people and circumstances as I see them. This is a transformative gift. That person who irritates you beyond measure, the Helper will allow you to see past their frustrating behavior and catch a glimpse of their hidden pain, their deep insecurity, the very reasons they act the way they do. You will begin to see them not as an obstacle, but as a soul I love dearly, and compassion will begin to replace your annoyance. You will look at a difficult trial not as a punishment, but as I see it, a divine opportunity to refine your character, to deepen your dependence on me, and to display my glory to others. His heavenly lens changes everything. With this new perspective, earthly treasures will begin to lose their luster. The relentless pursuit of more money, a bigger house, a higher position, more recognition, it will all start to seem like a trivial game. The Helper will give you a taste of the riches of my kingdom, the joy of my presence, the value of a transformed soul. And these things are so deeply satisfying that the trinkets of this world will no longer hold the same power over you. Your desires will change. This eternal viewpoint will give you an unshakable hope that is an anchor for your soul. Worldly hope is fragile. It is based on circumstances improving. But the hope the Helper gives is based on me, my unchanging character, my sovereign power, and my unfailing promises. It is a hope that holds fast in the storm because it is anchored in the bedrock of eternal truth, not the shifting sands of your situation. Your priorities will naturally begin to align with my kingdom purposes. You will find yourself investing your time, your energy, and your resources in things that have eternal value, in relationships, in serving others, in growing closer to me. Your decision-making will be filtered through a new question: will this matter in eternity? Ultimately, the Helper will teach you how to live as a citizen of heaven who is temporarily residing on earth. Think of yourself as my ambassador in a foreign land. Your true home, your true culture, your true allegiance is with me. The Helper is here to teach you how to live out the values of your heavenly home while you complete your assignment here on earth. This perspective does not remove you from the world. It empowers you to be a force for light and change within it. living for the applause of heaven, not the fleeting approval of man. My beloved, I must speak to you about your purpose. I know that in the quiet moments, a question echoes in your soul. Why am I here? What is my life for? You look at the world. You see people with great and visible talents, and you feel ordinary, insignificant, as if you have nothing special to offer. Banish that thought. That is a lie whispered from the shadows. You are not an accident. You are a divine design, crafted with a unique and specific purpose in mind. And the helper I send to you comes to anoint you for that very calling. This anointing is not a strange or mystical feeling reserved for a select few. It is my supernatural empowerment, a divine enabling for the specific tasks I have created you to do. The helper will anoint you with the precise gifts needed for your divine purpose. These are not always flashy. For one, it may be the gift of teaching, the ability to take complex truths and make them simple and clear. For another, it may be the gift of mercy, a profound and supernatural empathy that allows you to comfort the hurting in a way no one else can. For another still, it may be the gift of administration, a divine knack for organizing people and resources to accomplish my will. Do not dismiss the things that come naturally to you. They are often the very areas the helper has gifted and wants to anoint. The helper will reveal this unique calling I have placed upon your life. It is not a secret I am trying to keep from you. His role is to make it plain. He will do this by highlighting the intersection of your passions, your experiences, and your spiritual gifts. What are the things that break your heart? What are the needs you see in the world that you feel a burning desire to meet? What are the skills you have acquired, even through painful experiences? The helper will begin to weave these threads together, showing you a pattern, a purpose that has been there all along. He will equip you to serve me in a way that no one else can. I do not call you to a task without giving you the tools to complete it. Once your calling becomes clearer, the helper will begin to sharpen your skills, to open the right doors of opportunity, and to bring the right people across your path to help you. He is your divine equipper. When you begin to step out in your calling, the helper's anointing will bring supernatural effectiveness to your natural efforts. You will experience what it is like to have my favor resting upon your work. A simple word of encouragement you give will have the weight to change someone's entire week. A small act of service will have a ripple effect of blessing you could never have imagined. A business idea he gives you will prosper in ways that defy logic. This is the anointing. It is my spirit breathing on your efforts, multiplying them, and producing results that are far beyond your own human ability. You will begin to bear fruit that will last for eternity. The achievements of this world, the promotions, the awards, the accolades, they will all fade. But a life that is changed because you walked in your anointing, a soul that finds me because you were obedient to your calling, that is a fruit that will last forever. Now, hear this command from your loving Father. Do not covet another's anointing. It is so easy to look at someone with a more public or seemingly glamorous calling and to feel envious. Do not do it. Their anointing was tailor-made for their destiny, and yours is tailor-made for you. To covet theirs is to despise the beautiful, unique gift I have given you. Embrace your calling. Ask the helper to reveal it, to anoint you for it, and to empower you to walk in it. Your life has a magnificent purpose. It's time to live it. My child, we must talk about your family, about the patterns and struggles that have been passed down through your bloodline. You may look at your life and see the same struggles your parents faced, and perhaps even their parents before them. A persistent spirit of poverty, a destructive cycle of anger, a pattern of broken relationships and divorce, a dark thread of addiction, a paralyzing grip of anxiety and fear. You may have resigned yourself to thinking, This is just the way my family is. This is just the way I am. I declare to you today that this is not my will for you. These are not character traits, these are chains. And the helper I have sent to you is the divine chain breaker. His power is greater than any inherited sin, any demonic influence, any destructive pattern passed down through your bloodline. He is the power that shatters these chains of generational sin forever. Through my Son's sacrifice on the cross, I have given you the authority to renounce and break every single one of these curses. You are not a helpless victim of your family's history. The moment you became my child, you were given a new spiritual bloodline. You are no longer bound by the past. The helper is here now to empower you to walk in that freedom. He will give you the discernment to identify these patterns and the authority and prayer to renounce their hold over your life and your future. I am calling you to become a chain breaker in your family line. You are a pivotal person, a history maker. You are the one I have chosen to stand in the gap and say, as for me and my house, this curse stops here. This pattern of destruction ends with me. Your life is meant to be a divine turning point for your entire family tree. The legacy of brokenness, addiction, poverty, and fear that you may have inherited is not the legacy that you have to pass on to your children and your children's children. Because of the helper's work in you, the destructive patterns will cease with you. Imagine that. The anger that has plagued your family for generations will be replaced by your gentleness. The poverty mindset will be replaced by your generous and prosperous spirit. The cycle of divorce will be broken by your faithful and loving marriage. You are not just getting freedom for yourself. You are securing a new, blessed inheritance for all who come after you. The helper is here to help you rewrite your family's legacy. The old story was one of pain and bondage. But you and I, together with the helper, are writing a new story, a story of grace, redemption, healing, freedom, and blessing. Where the enemy had established a stronghold of addiction or despair in your bloodline, your life, surrendered to the helper, will now become a stronghold of righteousness and hope. This is your high calling. Do not be afraid of it. The power to do this is not in you. It is in the helper who dwells within you. Stand up, my child. Take your authority. Speak to those mountains of generational sin and command them to be cast into the sea. You are a chain breaker. It is time to set your family free. My beloved, of all the things the helper has come to do, none is more important, none is closer to my heart than this. His primary mission is to draw you into a deeper, more intimate relationship with me. All the other gifts, the comfort, the guidance, the power, the discernment, they are all means to an end. And the end is simply this, that you would truly know me. Not just know about me, but to know me as your dearest friend, your safest refuge, your wisest counselor, your most loving father. For too long, your relationship with me may have been based on duty, on rules, on a distant sense of reverence. The helper has come to demolish that distance, to break down the formal walls, and to usher you into the very throne room of my grace, not as a trembling servant, but as a beloved child running to their father's arms. He has come to reveal my heart to you. You have read in my word that I love you, but he has come to make you feel it. He will show you the depths of my affection, the tenderness of my compassion, the fierceness of my protection. He will reveal my delight in you, the joy you bring to my heart simply by being you. The helper will teach you to experience my presence not just in a church building on a Sunday morning, but in the most mundane moments of your life. You will be washing the dishes, driving to work, or folding laundry, and suddenly you will be overwhelmed by an awareness of my closeness, my love. You will open your spiritual senses to perceive me everywhere, in the beauty of creation, in the kindness of a stranger, in the quiet of your own home. He makes the sacred secular and the secular sacred, filling your entire life with the awareness of my presence. This intimacy, my child, will become the source of your greatest strength and your deepest joy. When you are truly walking in close fellowship with me, the need for the world's approval fades away. The fear of the future subsides. The sting of past wounds lessens. Your strength will no longer come from your own reserves, but will be a constant overflow from being connected to me, the source of all strength. Your joy will no longer be dependent on your circumstances, but will flow from the unshakable reality of my love for you. There is a profound difference between knowing about me and truly knowing me. You can know all the facts about a person, their history, their accomplishments, their characteristics, without ever having a real relationship with them. Many of my people know about me. They have studied my word. They know the doctrines. They can recite the history. But the Helper has come to move you beyond intellectual knowledge into relational experience. He wants to introduce you personally, intimately, to every facet of my being. He wants you to know me as Father, the one who protects, provides, and establishes your identity. He wants you to know me as friend, the one you can talk to about anything, who shares his secrets with you and delights in your company. And he wants you to know me as Sovereign Lord, the one whose wisdom is perfect, whose plans are good, and to whom you can joyfully surrender every aspect of your life. This is the great adventure. This is the purpose for which you were created. Let the Helper lead you. Let him draw you closer. True, deep, life-altering intimacy with me is what you were made for, and it is the greatest joy I can ever give you. My child, this glorious relationship with the Helper is not meant to be a mystical, once-in-a-while experience. It is meant to be a practical, moment-by-moment partnership. I want to give you simple, grounded ways that you can learn to walk with him and partner with him daily. This is how you move from theory to reality. Your partnership begins the moment you wake up. Before your feet hit the floor, before you reach for your phone, before the worries of the day rush in, I want you to acknowledge his presence. Whisper a simple greeting. Good morning, Holy Spirit. Thank you for being with me. What are we doing today? This simple act changes everything. It frames your day not as something you have to get through on your own, but as a joint venture, a divine partnership. It invites his guidance and his presence into every moment before the day even begins. Throughout your day, I want you to learn to be sensitive to his gentle nudges and promptings. Do not expect him to shout. His voice is often a whisper, a gentle impression on your heart. It might be a sudden thought to pray for a specific person, a quiet urge to call a friend who is struggling, a check in your spirit telling you not to say something you were about to say, or a feeling of peace guiding you toward a certain decision. These are not random thoughts. These are the whispers of your divine partner. Do not quench the spirit by ignoring these nudges. The more you respond to them, the clearer his voice will become. This leads to the next step. Practice immediate obedience. When the Helper convicts you of a wrong attitude, prompts you to apologize, or directs you to an act of kindness, do it right away. Do not delay. Do not reason it away. Obedience is the language of love and trust. Every time you obey his prompting, you are strengthening your connection to him and making your spirit more sensitive to his leading. Procrastination in the spiritual realm grieves him and dulls your ability to hear him. I invite you to talk to him throughout the day as your constant companion. You do not need to wait for designated quiet time to speak with him. Talk to him in the car, at your desk, while you are walking through the grocery store. Share your frustrations, your small victories, your questions, your observations. Make him a part of the running monologue of your life. This habit transforms your relationship from a formal appointment into a constant, flowing communion. And as you walk and talk with him, learn to yield your emotions, your thoughts, and your will to his sanctifying work. When you feel a surge of anger, fear, or self-pity, do not just act on it. Pause, and in that moment, consciously surrender that feeling to the Helper. Say, Holy Spirit, this anger is not from you. Take it, and fill me with your patience instead. This is how his fruit grows in you, through a series of small, moment-by-moment acts of surrender. Finally, end each day by thanking him. Before you fall asleep, take a minute to review the day with him. Thank him for his guidance, for his comfort, for his strength, for the times he protected you from things you did not even see. Gratitude is the soul in which your relationship with him will flourish. Acknowledge, listen, obey, calm him, yield, and thank. These are not burdensome rules. They are the simple rhythms of a beautiful, life-changing partnership. Now you hold the keys to a daily partnership with my very spirit, the secret to intimacy and the power to rewrite your family's future. It saddens me beyond words to imagine you walking away now, with the keys in your hand but refusing to unlock the doors that lie ahead. The greatest fears are yet to be conquered, and the most divine connections are waiting to be made. Please, do not forsake the adventure now that you have the map. Let's walk this path together. My child, let us put a name to the shadow that follows you, the knot that tightens in your stomach when you think about tomorrow, next week, next year. It is the fear of the unknown. It is one of the enemy's most powerful weapons against you. It torments you with an endless parade of what-if scenarios. What if I lose my job? What if my health fails? What if my child makes the wrong choice? What if I can't handle what is coming? This fear drains your energy, steals your joy, and paralyzes your faith. The Helper has come to wage war against this fear and to set you free from its torment. His first act is to constantly remind you of this foundational, unshakable truth: I hold your future in my hands. Your future is not a random collection of chaotic events. It is a story that I, your loving Father, am writing. The Helper's job is to take this theological concept and make it a felt reality in your heart, a deep inner knowing that settles your anxiety and stills your racing mind. He comes to facilitate a divine exchange. He invites you to actively hand over your anxiety to me and, in its place, to receive his supernatural trust. This is a practical, conscious transaction you can do multiple times a day. When you feel the wave of anxiety begin to rise, you can say, Holy Spirit, I give you this fear about my finances. In return, I receive your peace and your trust in my Father's provision. You must release the one to receive the other. The Helper will give you the grace to take one step at a time, even when the path ahead is dark. Your fear often comes from the overwhelming feeling that you have to have the next 10 steps figured out. I rarely work that way. I am the God who led my people through the wilderness with a cloud by day and a fire by night, giving them just enough guidance for that day's journey. The Helper will do the same for you. He is the flashlight in the dark forest, illuminating just the next safe place to put your foot. He will give you the grace and courage you need for today's challenges, and you must trust that he will provide new grace for tomorrow's. His presence is the absolute guarantee that you never, ever walk into the unknown alone. This is the truth that shatters loneliness and fear. Imagine stepping into a dark, unfamiliar room. The fear you feel is immense. Now, imagine stepping into that same room while holding the hand of someone you trust completely, who knows the room perfectly and has promised to guide you safely through it. The room is not changed, but your fear is gone. The Helper is that hand in yours. He has already been in your tomorrow, and he is here to walk you into it safely. When fear assaults your mind, you must fight back with the truth of my word. The Helper will remind you that I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and of a sound mind. Let him break that down for you. He gives you power to act with courage even when you feel afraid. He fills you with my perfect love, which actively drives out fear. And he gives you a sound mind, the ability to take your anxious, irrational thoughts captive and refuse to be tormented by them. Finally, the Helper will reframe your future. He will teach you to see it not as a threat, but as the exciting unfolding of my promises for you. You will begin to look ahead not with dread, but with holy anticipation, eager to see the next chapter of the good story I am writing for your life. My beloved, I created you for connection, for community. I have seen your loneliness, the ache in your soul for true friendship, for people who understand you and will walk beside you through the fire. You were never meant to do this journey alone. The Helper I send is not only your internal companion, but also your divine networker, the one who orchestrates the relationships that will become your greatest sources of strength and encouragement. He will arrange divine appointments for you, bringing the right people into your life at the exact right moment. You call these coincidences, but there are no coincidences in my kingdom. That person you happened to sit next to who spoke a word that was exactly what you needed to hear. That old friend who randomly called you on the day you were feeling your lowest. That was the Helper at work, my divine conductor arranging the symphony of your life. He is constantly working behind the scenes, weaving your path together with the paths of others for your mutual blessing and for my glory. Stop seeing your life as a series of random events and start looking for his masterful hand in the people you meet. He will connect you with fellow believers who will sharpen and encourage you. You have longed for a community where you can be your true self, where you do not have to pretend to be perfect. The Helper will guide you to these people. They will not be superficial acquaintances. They will be brothers and sisters who will celebrate your victories without jealousy, who will weep with you in your sorrows, who will speak the hard truth to you in love, and who will cover you in prayer. These are the relationships that reflect my heart for the church, and the Helper is the one who builds these bonds of authentic love. He will also give you favor with individuals who can open doors for your destiny. There are people who hold keys to the next season of your life, a leader in your field, a person of influence, a mentor. You cannot force these connections, but the Helper can go before you and soften their hearts, causing them to see the gift I have placed in you and to look upon you with favor. He will grant you an influence that is not your own, opening doors that no man can shut. Just as he connects you, he also protects you. The Helper will give you the discernment to recognize and avoid unholy alliances. You will meet people who are charismatic, who offer you enticing opportunities, but he will place a quiet check, a subtle warning in your spirit. He will show you that their path, while it may look appealing, is not aligned with mine. He will protect you from partnerships that would compromise your integrity and from friendships that would pull you away from me. You must learn to trust this inner caution, even when you cannot logically explain it. These divinely appointed relationships, both the ones he brings and the ones he helps you avoid, will be a source of profound strength and blessing. And you must see the larger picture. He is not just writing your story. He is weaving it together with the stories of countless others to create a beautiful and intricate tapestry for my glory. You had a part to play in their lives, and they have a part to play in yours. Let the Helper be your guide in the sacred art of relationship. He will lead you out of isolation and into the rich, life-giving community you were created for. You now see that you are part of a divine tapestry, a story I am weaving together with countless others. If your heart now stirs to become a divine connection for a soul I am pursuing, then you have heard my call. Your offering becomes a sacred thread I will use to weave this message of the Helper into a life that is currently unraveling in loneliness. You will be sending a light into someone's darkness, a tangible answer to a desperate prayer. I am the one who supplies seed to the sower, and I will multiply the seed you sow now and increase the harvest of your righteousness. Someone is waiting for the connection you will make possible. Become that divine connection now through super thanks membership with the sacred PayPal link below. My child, look at your life. You are tired. You are striving, pushing, worrying, and trying to control 1,000 different things. You live in a culture that glorifies busyness and equates rest with laziness. As a result, your soul is weary, your mind is anxious, and your body is paying the price. The Helper has come to teach you a forgotten art, a spiritual discipline that is more critical now than ever, the art of learning to rest in my sovereignty. This is not about taking a nap, it is about a profound inner posture of trust that allows you to cease from striving. I see you paddling your boat furiously against a relentless current, exhausted and getting nowhere. The Helper is inviting you to lay down the oars, to stop fighting, and to trust the current of my spirit to carry you. This is the rest I offer. It is a release from the exhausting burden of having to make everything happen yourself. This rest begins with learning to quiet your soul, even when the storms of life are raging around you. The Helper is the one who can bring that inner stillness. He is like a divine soundproofer for your heart, quieting the frantic voices of fear, panic, and what if that scream for your attention. In that quiet, you can finally hear my whisper, "Be still and know that I am God." This rest is also about learning to trust my timing. I know this is difficult for you. You have a timeline in your mind for how things should unfold, when that prayer should be answered, when that breakthrough should come, when that relationship should be healed. When my timing differs from yours, you become anxious and frustrated. The Helper comes to give you the grace to trust my perfect timing. He will remind you that I am the master gardener, and I know the precise season for everything in your life. To rush the process is to spoil the fruit. To rest in my timing is to know that I am working all things together for your good at the exact right pace. The very heart of this rest is learning to release control. You carry burdens you were never meant to carry. You worry about the choices of your adult children, the stability of your finances, the health of your loved ones, the outcome of situations that are completely outside of your control. My child, your hands are too small to carry all of that. I am inviting you to open your hands and release those things to me. The Helper is the one who gives you the strength to let go, to surrender your desperate need to manage everything, and to trust that I am holding it all in my infinitely capable hands. Now, you must understand that this spiritual rest is not passivity. It is not apathy or laziness. It is an act of trust. You still do your part. You work with diligence, you love with intention, you pray with fervency, but you do it all from a place of inner peace, not anxious striving. You do what you can do, and you actively trust me to do what only I can do. And here is the beautiful promise. In this place of rest, you will find your strength renewed like the eagles. It is when you cease from your own frantic efforts that I can infuse you with my supernatural strength. You will find that you can soar above the very storms that used to exhaust you. Let the Helper teach you this rhythm of grace. Let go. Trust me. Enter my rest, and find the strength you have been searching for. My beloved, we must now speak of a matter that can be uncomfortable, but it is rooted in the deepest love imaginable. It is the Helper's work of conviction and your ongoing process of sanctification. The enemy, the accuser, has twisted this beautiful work into something ugly. He wants you to confuse the helper's loving conviction with his own cruel condemnation. So, let us make the distinction perfectly clear. Condemnation is the voice of the enemy. It is a heavy, crushing weight that brings shame and hopelessness. It shouts, "You are a failure. You always mess this up. You are worthless." It defines you by your sin and leaves you feeling distant from me. The conviction of the helper is the exact opposite. It is a specific, gentle, and hopeful voice. It does not attack your identity. It targets your behavior. It whispers, "My child, that harsh word did not reflect my heart. That attitude of bitterness is hurting you. Let's deal with this together so you can be free." Conviction never brings shame. It brings a godly sorrow that leads to repentance and a joyful return to intimacy with me. It is the voice of a loving father correcting a child he adores. The helper will gently reveal the areas of your life that are not pleasing to me. His work is not like a harsh, glaring spotlight that exposes you for all to see. It is more like the gentle light of dawn, slowly and lovingly illuminating the corners of your heart that have remained in shadow. He will show you a hidden prejudice you did not know you had, a subtle idol of comfort or control that you have been protecting, a root of unforgiveness that has been poisoning your soul. He does this not to wound you, but to heal you. You must reframe this experience. The helper's conviction is one of the most profound gifts of my love. It is proof that I love you far too much to leave you stuck in patterns of sin that are destroying your peace, damaging your relationships, and hindering your fellowship with me. To be left without conviction is to be abandoned, and I will never, ever abandon you. The ultimate purpose of this process, which we call sanctification, is to make you more and more like my Son, Jesus. That is the goal. Every time the helper convicts you, and you respond with repentance, another piece of the old, selfish nature is chipped away, and the beautiful image of Christ within you is more clearly revealed. So I ask you, embrace the refining fire. The helper is a master affiner. At times, his work will feel hot and uncomfortable, like a fire. But you must remember the purpose of a refiner's fire is never to destroy the precious metal. It is to burn away the dross, the impurities, the things that mar its beauty and lessen its value. The helper knows exactly how much heat to apply. He will never give you more than you can bear. He is lovingly and skillfully purifying the gold of your character. The goal of all this is your holiness. And do not think of holiness as a long list of joyless rules. Holiness, at its heart, means wholeness. It means being set apart for me, living in such a way that you can experience the fullness of my presence. I cannot have intimate fellowship with willful, unconfessed sin. So, when you feel the helper's gentle conviction, do not run from it. Do not be defensive. Welcome it as the loving act it is. Turn toward me, agree with him, receive my forgiveness, and continue the beautiful journey of becoming who you were created to be. My child, let us speak about the financial pressure that weighs so heavily on you. I see the anxiety that grips your heart when you look at the bills, the fear of not having enough, the stress of trying to make ends meet in a world where everything is getting more expensive. You have been operating according to the world's economy, which is built on fear, scarcity, and anxious striving. But the helper has come to teach you the principles of my kingdom's economy, which is built on the opposite: faith, abundance, and generous trust. He will be your personal tutor in a supernatural flow of provision that will change everything for you. He will give you wisdom and practical strategies to manage the resources I have already given you. My provision is not just about miraculous checks in the mail. It is also about the divine wisdom to be a good steward of what is in your hand. The helper can give you a creative business idea, a clear strategy to eliminate debt one step at a time, or the discipline to spend and save wisely. Do not despise the day of small beginnings. Your faithfulness with little is the very thing that unlocks my provision of much. The Helper will also open up unexpected channels of provision to meet your every need. This is where the adventure of faith truly begins. I am not limited to your paycheck. I own the cattle on 1,000 hills. I can bring resources to you from directions you never imagined. It might be an unexpected bonus, a timely gift from a friend, a forgotten asset that comes to light, or a new stream of income from an idea he gives you. The Helper's job is to open your eyes to see my hand in these things and to build your faith that I am your true provider. He has come to break the spirit of poverty that may have attached itself to you or your family line. This is a mindset, a life from the enemy that says, there's never enough. You have to hoard what you have. Be afraid of the future. This spirit chokes out generosity and fills your heart with a constant, low-grade anxiety. The Helper shatters this lie. He will replace it with an abundance mindset, not a mindset of greed, but a calm, confident trust that your Father owns everything and delights in providing for His children. This leads to the most important principle of all. The Helper will drill into your heart the foundational truth that I am your source, not your job, not your investments, not your own efforts. Those things are simply channels that I can and do use, but they are not the source. Channels can dry up. Jobs can be lost. Economies can fail. But your source is infinite and unchanging and eternally faithful. When you truly know that I am your source, the fear of losing a channel subsides because you know I can simply open another one at any time. And here is the ultimate purpose of my provision. The Helper will empower you not only to be blessed, but to become a generous blessing to others. I do not prosper you so that you can simply increase your standard of living, but so you can increase your standard of giving. The Helper will take you from being a reservoir, which only collects, and turn you into a river, a conduit through which my blessings flow to touch the lives of others. It is in this act of generous, cheerful giving that the supernatural flow is most powerfully unlocked. Trust the Helper. He is your guide into a life free from financial anxiety, a life where you will have all that you need and an abundance left over to bless the world. You have learned to trust my hand, to rest in my sovereignty, and to receive my provision. Our trust is becoming so deep, so real. It would grieve the Spirit of truth if you were to leave this conversation now, just as I am about to pour out the living water that will make you a blessing to others and teach you to worship in a way that shakes the heavens. You are so close to the overflow. Do not turn back. My beloved, for so long you have been trying to satisfy the thirst of your soul at the wrong wells. You have sought fulfillment in relationships, refreshment in entertainment, satisfaction in achievements, and peace in possessions. But these are all stagnant pools of worldly water. They may offer a temporary sip of relief, but they can never truly quench the deep, abiding thirst of your spirit. They leave you feeling empty, still thirsty, and always searching for more. My Son stood in the temple and made a glorious proclamation, and it is a promise for you today. Whoever believes in me, as the scripture has said, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water. And my word is clear that he was speaking of the Spirit, the Helper, whom you have received. Do not miss the magnificence of this promise. The Helper within you is not a small, stagnant pool. He is not a little trickle. He is a mighty, flowing, inexhaustible river of my very own life, joy and power, and he is meant to flow out of you. This river will first bring life and refreshment to the driest parts of your own soul. Are there areas in your heart that feel like a barren desert, parched from disappointment, cracked from old wounds, lifeless from weariness? The Helper will cause this inner river to flow into those places, bringing healing, renewal, and vibrant life where there was once only dust and death. He will quench the deepest thirst of your soul. That universal ache for meaning, for unconditional love, for a purpose greater than yourself. That is the thirst I placed within you, a thirst that only I can satisfy. This inner river is the answer. It is my own presence, constantly bubbling up within you, that will finally and forever satisfy that profound longing. In Him, you will find you lack nothing. But this river is not just for you. It is meant to overflow. As you learn to yield to Him, this river of living water will begin to flow out of you to bring life and refreshment to everyone you touch. Your words will carry life. Your presence will bring peace. Your touch will bring comfort. You will become a walking oasis in a dry and thirsty world. People will be drawn to you, not because of your own charisma, but because they sense the life-flowing river within you. They will see my light and life in you, and they too will become thirsty for the God you serve. And here is the beautiful assurance. This inner wellspring of life will never run dry. It does not depend on your feelings. It is not affected by your external conditions. Even if you are in a season of drought, in the middle of a desert trial, this artesian well within you, fed by the infinite resources of heaven, will continue to bubble up with life. It is my constant, unfailing supply. So, I have one crucial invitation for you. Allow this river to flow freely. So often, my children build dams that hinder the flow. The dam of unforgiveness, the dam of willful disobedience, the dam of doubt, the dam of fear. These things block the river and turn it into a stagnant pond. Today, I am asking you to confess and remove any dams you have built. Let go of the bitterness. Surrender the disobedience. Renounce the doubt. Let the river of my Spirit flow without hindrance, in you and through you, to bring life to a thirsty world. My child, we must speak about a difficult truth. As the Helper makes you more like my Son, and as my light begins to shine more brightly through you, there will be those in the world who do not understand it. Some will be confused by it, some will be convicted by it, and some will hate it, because the darkness cannot comprehend the light. You will face opposition. You may be mocked for your faith, misunderstood by your own family, ostracized at your work, or criticized for the new standards by which you live. Do not be surprised by this, and do not think it is a sign that you have done something wrong. On the contrary, it is often a sign that you are doing something right. Persecution, in its many forms, is a part of the authentic Christian walk. But I will not leave you to face it alone. The Helper comes to give you the supernatural ability to endure it with grace. His first work in this area will be to give you the grace to love and pray for those who persecute you. Your natural human response is to defend yourself, to become bitter, to retaliate, to wish ill upon those who have hurt you. But that is not my way. The Helper will perform a miracle in your heart, transforming your desire for justice into a supernatural desire for your persecutors' salvation. He will remind you that they are spiritually blind, held captive by the very darkness you have been rescued from. He will empower you to look at them through my eyes of compassion and to pray for their awakening. This act of praying for your enemies is a profound spiritual weapon. It breaks the power of bitterness in your own heart and releases my power to work in their lives. The Helper will give you the strength to stand for my name, even when it costs you. To stand firm in your convictions when everyone around you is compromising requires a strength that is not your own. The Helper is that divine backbone. He will give you the inner fortitude to be the lone voice of integrity in a meeting, to maintain your purity when everyone else is indulging, to speak truth with love while lie would be more convenient. He will help you stand not with arrogance, but with a quiet, humble resolve that is more powerful than any angry outburst. In these moments of suffering, you must reframe what is happening. You are sharing in the sufferings of Christ. This is not random, meaningless pain. It is a profound and holy privilege. You are identifying with your Savior. This understanding, which the Helper will make real to you, gives your suffering deep purpose. It becomes a badge of honor, a sign of your intimate connection to my Son. And your joyful endurance will become one of your most powerful witnesses to a hostile world. When people see you respond to unfairness with forgiveness, to mockery with kindness, and to pressure with unshakable peace, it will confound them. It is a reaction that makes no human sense. This supernatural response, which flows from the Helper within you, is an irresistible testimony to the reality and power of the God you serve. Through it all, the Helper's most crucial role is to guard your heart from bitterness and resentment. Offense is the enemy's favorite bait to poison the souls of my people. He will tempt you to hold on to the hurt, to replay the injustice, to build a case against the one who wronged you. But the Helper will be there, prompting you to release the offense, to forgive as you have been forgiven, to surrender your right to be right. You must cooperate with him in this. To hold on to bitterness is to drink poison and expect the other person to die. The Helper will empower you to choose freedom. And always, you will lift your eyes to the eternal reward that awaits those who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness. The temporary pain you may endure here is nothing compared to the eternal weight of glory it is producing for you in heaven. This heavenly perspective, which the Helper keeps fresh in your mind, provides the ultimate motivation to endure well, to love your enemies, and to count it all joy when you face trials, knowing that your reward is great. My child, I want to transform your understanding of worship. For you, it may have become a routine, a set of songs you sing on a Sunday morning. You can go through the motions, sing the words, and leave unchanged, never having truly connected with me. I desire so much more for you. The Helper has come to elevate your worship from a mere human activity into a true spiritual encounter. He is the one who takes the melodies and the lyrics and breathes my life into them. He is the one who opens the gates of heaven, who parts the veil between the natural and the supernatural, allowing you to step into a tangible awareness of my presence. With his help, you will find that you can sing a song you've sung 100 times, and suddenly the words will become real. Your heart will be overwhelmed with my love, and you will be having a genuine, two-way encounter with the living God. This is true worship. The Helper will also shift the focus of your worship. So often, your praise is circumstantial. You thank me when a prayer is answered, when a bill is paid, when a problem is solved. And while that is good, true worship goes deeper. The Helper will teach you to worship me for who I am, not just for what I do. He will open your eyes to my character, my holiness, my faithfulness, my mercy, my unchanging love. You will find yourself worshiping me in the middle of a storm, not because the storm is gone, but because you know that the God who is with you in the storm is good and he is faithful. This is the worship that honors me most deeply, and it is a powerful spiritual weapon. When you choose to worship in the face of fear, anxiety, or despair, you are making a powerful declaration. You are declaring that I am bigger than your problem. You are declaring that my truth is more real than your circumstances. This act of worship silences the voice of the accuser, confuses the strategies of the enemy, and pushes back the forces of darkness. Your praise becomes your warfare. The Helper's ultimate goal is to make your entire life an act of worship, holy and pleasing to me. Worship is not just singing. The way you approach your work with integrity and excellence, that is an act of worship. The way you love your family with patience and forgiveness, that is an act of worship. The way you show kindness to a stranger, the way you manage your finances with honesty, the way you care for your body as his temple, every single aspect of your life, when offered to me in love and obedience, becomes a beautiful song of worship. The Helper will teach you this: to live a seamless life where there is no difference between the sacred and the secular, because every moment is an opportunity to bring me glory. He will usher you into my presence, not just in a church service, but in the quiet moments of your everyday life. He is your divine guide into the throne room, into that secret place where there is fullness of joy. And you must understand this: true worship, led by the Spirit, is not just something you do, it is something that changes you. As you behold me in worship, as you focus on my beauty and my majesty, you are transformed from the inside out. My very character begins to rub off on you. You become more loving, more joyful, more peaceful. You are changed into my image, from one degree of glory to another. This is the power and purpose of true worship. My beloved child, I must speak to you now about my family, the church. I know it is imperfect. I know it is made up of flawed people. I know you may have been hurt, disappointed, or disillusioned by those who call themselves my followers. There is a tendency in your culture to embrace a private, isolated spirituality, to believe you can follow me just as well on your own. But that was never my design. You are not just a solitary believer. You are a member of a body, a stone in a spiritual house, a citizen in a heavenly kingdom. And the Helper's work is not just to perfect you individually, but to bring unity among all my children. He is constantly at work, breaking down the walls of division, the walls of pride, of theological opinion, of cultural preference, of personal offense, that my people so often erect. His deepest desire is to make my church one, just as I and my Son are one. He will give you a supernatural love for your brothers and sisters in Christ, a love that transcends all differences. You will look at another believer, someone you might have nothing in common with in the natural, and you will feel a bond, a family connection, a deep and abiding love for them that can only be explained by the Helper. His is the love that is patient and kind, that bears all things, that believes the best, and that covers a multitude of sins. The Helper will cultivate this family love in your heart if you allow him. And there is a profound reason for this. There is a unique and mighty manifestation of my presence that is only released when my people gather together in one accord. When you are unified in purpose and in prayer, the corporate anointing, the combined power of my Spirit, is exponentially greater than the sum of its individual parts. I inhabit the praises of my people when they are together. Great things happen when the body is unified. The Helper will show you your specific and vital part to play in the functioning of this body. The church is not a building you go to or a service you attend. It is a living organism, and you are an essential part. You are not a spectator. The Helper will reveal your function. Are you a hand that serves? A mouth that encourages? An ear that listens? A knee that prays? No part is insignificant. The eye cannot say to the hand, I have no need of you. You need the body, and the body needs you. This is why I give you this loving command. Do not forsake the assembly of believers. The enemy's primary strategy to neutralize you is to isolate you. If he can cut you off from the body, he can starve you of encouragement, deprive you of accountability, and make you vulnerable to his attacks. To willingly step away from fellowship because of offense or convenience is to step directly into the enemy's trap. Do not do it. Fight for unity. Begin quickly. Serve humbly. A unified church, empowered by my Spirit and walking in love, is the greatest and most unstoppable force on this earth. It is my chosen vessel to display my wisdom and my love to a broken and watching world. Find your place in it. Invest your heart in it. It is my family, and it is your home. My child, Look at the world around you. You see the chaos, the turmoil, the wars and rumors of wars, the moral decay, the increasing darkness. It is easy to become fearful, to feel that everything is spinning out of control. But nothing is spinning out of my control. Every headline, every event, is unfolding according to my sovereign, prophetic timeline. I want to speak to you about these end times, not to cause you fear, but to fill you with a sense of purpose, hope, and readiness. The Helper's role in these last days is absolutely crucial. He is the one who is preparing you, my church, whom I call my bride, for the glorious return of my Son. Think of a bride lovingly and meticulously preparing herself for her wedding day. This is the work the Helper is doing in you. He is cleansing you, purifying you, adorning you with the beautiful garments of righteousness, making you holy and without blemish, ready for the great wedding feast of the Lamb. Every act of sanctification, every moment of yielding to Him, is a part of this beautiful preparation. He will give you the wisdom to understand the signs of the times without a spirit of fear. He will help you to look at world events through the lens of my word, not so you can engage in wild speculation, but so you can have a calm assurance that my plan is on schedule. This understanding is not meant to produce panic, but to create in you a sense of holy urgency and a profound hope, knowing that your redemption is drawing near. He's the one who will help you keep your lamp full of oil. You remember the parable of the 10 virgins. 5 were wise and ready, and 5 were foolish and unprepared. The oil in their lamps represents the presence and anointing of the Holy Spirit in their lives. The Helper's job is to keep your inner life vibrant, your relationship with me passionate, your heart full of His presence. This is not a time for spiritual sleepiness. It is a time to be filled to overflowing with Him, so that you are ready at a moment's notice for the bridegroom's return. His presence, the seal within you, is your absolute assurance that you will be caught up to meet me in the air. This truth is the ultimate antidote to any fear of being left behind. The indwelling of the Helper is your personal guarantee, your ticket, your unbreakable promise that when the trumpet of God sounds, you will be with me forever. While He is preparing you, He is also empowering you for one final, great work. He is gathering the final harvest of souls before the great and terrible day of the Lord. There is an urgency in heaven for the lost to be found. The Helper will fill you with a new passion and boldness to share the good news with those around you. Your life has a vital role to play in this urgent end-time mission. So, I call you to remain watchful and sober. This is not a time for spiritual laziness, for getting entangled in the trivial and distracting pursuits of the world. It is a time to live with intention, with an eternal perspective. It is a time to be alert, to be in prayer, to be about your Father's business, allowing the Helper to complete His purifying and empowering work in you as you joyfully await that glorious day. You have seen the end of the story, the victory, the unity, the glorious return of my Son. You are being made ready as my bride. My heart yearns for you to understand the eternal legacy you are building right now. To stop here would be to leave the story unfinished, to walk away from the final, everlasting affirmation I am waiting to speak over you as my own. Stay with me until the very end. Your final blessing awaits. My beloved, as you journey through this life, the world will constantly try to sell you its definition of a successful life, of a meaningful legacy. It will tell you that your legacy is in the money you accumulate, the career you build, the reputation you earn, the possessions you leave behind. But these things are like a vapor, here for a moment and then gone. I am calling you to a higher purpose, to a greater legacy. And the Helper is your divine guide, your heavenly financial advisor, who will teach you how to invest your life in things that have eternal value. He will help you to build a legacy not of fading worldly accomplishments, but of eternally significant transformed lives. Stop measuring your life by the world's yardstick. Let the Helper teach you to measure it by mine. Your true legacy will be found in the people whose lives are different because they knew you. The person you led to me through your quiet, consistent witness. The friend you encouraged in a dark time, whose faith was saved because of your obedience. The child you raised to know and love me. The stranger you showed a simple act of kindness to, which was a divine appointment that softened their heart to me. These are the things that last. The Helper will prompt you toward these small, daily acts of love and obedience. They may seem insignificant to you, but in my kingdom, they are the very building blocks of an eternal legacy. The fruit of the Spirit that He cultivates in you, your love, your joy, your patience, will have an impact on generations you will never meet on this earth. The chains of generational sin that He empowers you to break will set a new course of blessing for your children and your grandchildren. The prayers you pray in secret for your family and your city are eternal seeds that will bear fruit long after you are gone. The Apostle Paul spoke of building your life on the foundation of Christ. He said you can build with wood, hay, and stubble, thing done for self, for pride, for earthly reward. Or you can build with gold, silver, and precious stones, things done in love, in humility, in partnership with the Helper, for my glory. A day is coming when all that you have built will be tested by fire. The wood, hay, and stubble will be consumed in an instant, leaving nothing behind. But the gold, silver, and precious stones, every act of love, every soul touched, every moment of faithful obedience, will be purified by the fire and will remain for all eternity. This is the legacy that matters. As you partner with the Helper on earth, you are storing up for yourself treasures in heaven. Every act of kindness is seen. Every prayer is recorded. Every sacrifice is honored. Your reward is being prepared, not as a wage you have earned, but as a joyful affirmation from your loving Father of a life well lived in service to Him. So, I call you today to make a choice. Will you live for the fleeting approval of man, or for the eternal applause of heaven? Let the Helper guide you. Live your life with an audience of one in mind, seeking only to hear my voice at the end of your days say, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." Enter into the joy of your Lord. That, my child, is a legacy that lasts forever. My beloved child, we have journeyed far together in this conversation. I have opened my heart to you, revealing the identity, the purpose, and the magnificent work of the Helper I have sent. You now understand that He is not a distant concept but my very presence, living within you to comfort, guide, empower, and transform you. This knowledge is a sacred trust, and with this new understanding comes a final, tender invitation, which is also a loving warning. Now that you know Him, do not grieve Him. What does it mean to grieve the Holy Spirit? He is not an impersonal force. He is a divine person with the deepest, most tender love for you. To grieve Him is to bring sorrow to His heart through your choices. You grieve Him when you ignore His gentle promptings. When He nudges you to apologize and you hold on to your pride, you grieve Him. When He prompts you to be generous and you cling to your possessions in fear, you grieve Him. When He warns you away from a piece of gossip or a harmful piece of entertainment and you indulge anyway, you bring sorrow to the one who is trying to protect you. You grieve Him when you dismiss His conviction. When He gently puts His finger on an area of your life, wrong attitude, a hidden sin, and you push it away, making excuses or justifying your behavior, you grieve Him. He is trying to lead you into greater freedom, and to resist Him is to choose your chains over His liberty. You also grieve Him when you doubt His power. After all I have promised you, after all He has come to do, to fall back into the mindset that says, "This is impossible, nothing will ever change, is to bring sorrow to the spirit of faith who lives within you. It is to doubt my character and my word. I ask you to cherish his presence as the most precious gift I have ever given you, besides my own son. Value his voice. Honor his companionship. His presence in your life is more valuable than your career, your finances, your relationships, even your own health, for he is the one who sustains all those things. To grieve him is ultimately to choose your own way over mine. It is to say in a given moment, I know better. My way is easier. My desires are more important. Every time you make this choice, you are choosing weakness over the strength he offers, confusion over the clarity he brings, anxiety over the peace he provides. He is infinitely sensitive to your choices. Imagine a dove, the symbol of the Spirit. It is a gentle and timid creature. It will not stay where there is strife, noise, and chaos. In the same way, the Helper is grieved by a life of willful sin and conflict. He will not abandon you, for my promise is eternal, but his manifest presence, his active voice, and his powerful work can become quieted in a heart that consistently ignores him. He will wait patiently, lovingly, for you to turn back to him. So I invite you today to make a fresh commitment. Welcome him. Honor him. Obey him instantly. Life fully surrendered to him is not a life of boring restriction. It is the most adventurous, joyful, and fulfilling life possible, a life lived in perfect, moment-by-moment partnership with me. Do not bring sorrow to the heart of the one who loves you most. My child, my beloved, listen now, as all of heaven stills to witness this final affirmation I speak over you. Let these words sink deeper than any doubt, any fear, any accusation you have ever known. Hear them not just with your ears, but with the very essence of your being. You are my beloved child, in whom I am well pleased. Do not let that pass you by. I am not just tolerating you. I am not disappointed in you. I delight in you. I sing over you. My heart is filled with a father's love and pride for you, not because of your performance, but because you are mine. You have opened your heart to this conversation, and it has brought me immense joy. I have sent my Helper, the Holy Spirit, to you for a glorious purpose. He will ensure that you finish the race I have set before you. I know you fear that you will stumble, that you will fail, that you will not make it to the end. Release that fear now. Your successful completion of this journey does not depend on your own strength, which wavers. It depends on His, which is infinite. He is the divine guarantee that what I have started in you, I will bring to completion. He will hold you up when you are weak. He will guide you back when you stray. He will be the divine power within you that propels you across the finish line and into my arms. And I promise you this, with all the authority of my throne, He will be with you until the very end of the age. There will not be a single moment from now until eternity when you will be without Him. In your greatest triumph, He will be there, celebrating with you. In your deepest sorrow, He will be there, comforting you. In your final breath on this earth, He will be there, ready to usher you into my glorious presence. You will never, ever be alone again. So walk forward from this moment in this new understanding, in this divine empowerment. Do not leave this conversation the same way you came. You are different now. You are more aware of my love, more confident in my presence, more equipped for your purpose. This was not just a message of encouraging words. As you have listened, my very breath, my ruach, my spirit, has been at work. This has been a spiritual transaction. My power and my promise have been activated in you in a new way. Seeds have been planted that will bear fruit for the rest of your life. Chains have been broken. Hope has been restored. So now, There is only one thing left to do. All of heaven leans in to watch. All my promises stand ready. The Helper is present, His love surrounding you. The invitation has been made. Open your heart, my child. Open it wider than ever before. The Helper has come. Receive Him. Now that the door of your heart is open and the Helper has been received, your first instinct is to share this unspeakable joy. If your first desire, born of this new intimacy, is to help me knock on another's door, then obey that holy impulse. Your gift becomes the provision that sends this very message, this very knock, to a heart locked in the prison of fear and despair. You are providing oil for another's lamp, manna for their desert journey. Honor me now with the first fruits of this newfound life, and I will command the windows of heaven to open over you, pouring out a blessing you cannot contain. This is your first act of worship in your new freedom. Release your offering now through Super Thanks membership, or the PayPal link found in the description. My child, do not let this divine appointment end in silence. I have knocked, and your heart has heard me. Now you must answer the door. Let your voice join the great symphony of the faithful who are choosing me this day. Declare it now in this place as a prophetic seal upon your soul. The door is open. I receive my Helper. Your declaration is not a mere comment. It is your first act of empowered faith, unleashing the flow of my Spirit into every corner of your life. I am listening for your response. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.